founder and CEO, Voice Travels Limited India, my colleagues from Dayal Singh College and other colleges, students, ladies and gentlemen. Pandemic COVID-19 has changed lives of people world over in more than one ways. Lifestyles had to be readjusted to survive and prosper. Businesses felt forced to adopt new ways to deal with the changed world. What are these change models of business, and have these new models of business become the new normal? During these challenging times, we at the Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College, thought of having this academic engagement and came up with this idea of International Symposium, inviting a galaxy of speakers from academia and industry from India and abroad to discuss and deliberate. I welcome you all to this International Symposium, a first by Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College, organized to churn these ideas and give a new perspective to the current situation. I sincerely hope that the deliberations and academic exchanges on this platform will certainly go a long way in helping to formulate appropriate policies and give fodder for thought to the researchers, students, and other stakeholders. Now I request our principal, Professor V.K. Paliwal, to welcome the chief guest and other delegates present here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. On behalf of the Dayal Singh College, I welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor K.B. Daji, from Central University, Jharkhand. I welcome all the distinguished professors from Italy, Macedonia, from India, from University of Delhi, and I hope that this program is going to be beneficial for the students, for the faculty of the Dayal Singh College. The situation in which the whole world is in is really the first time situation we have faced. This is a situation where everything has got disrupted, especially businesses. The economy has taken
recording in progress.
And it is really a challenge to bring back the growth on track. I'm sure that the panelists here, the speakers, they'll be giving us new insights, new direction in which the businesses can grow. And I'm sure that the challenges which everybody is facing throughout the world, we are able to come out of it. So with these words, I welcome you all once again. And I hope, sincerely hope, that this international symposium is of great value and benefit to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. We would all now proceed with lighting of the lamp, ceremony, and auspicious Saraswati Vandana.
शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
That was truly mesmerizing and spellbinding. Moving ahead, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Shiti Bhushan Das, who is currently the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Jharkhand. Prior to this appointment, he held the position of Pro Vice Chancellor, IGNOU, New Delhi, and Central University of Odisha. He was the visiting professor, University of Mauritius, and resource person, Asia Pacific University, Japan. He has to his credit 7 books and more than 90 publications in national and international journals of repute. He is an excellent administrator known for his innovative ideas and out of the box thinking. I would now request Professor Das to enlighten the gathering. I welcome you, sir.
Hello. Am I audible too?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Fine, that is fine. Namaskar. Good morning and good afternoon to all of you here. Respected Professor V.K. Paliwal, the principal, Dayal Singh College, Dr. Meenakshi Kar, the convener of this international seminar, my esteemed panelists here, Professor V.K. Kaul, Professor Kavita Sharma, Professor Manim Barai, Professor Spano, Professor Stajanaska, and Ms. Rasmi Chadha. And my dear coordinators, co-conveners, members of the organizing committee, dear participants, and all the faculty members who have joined here. At the outset, I must thank the Department of Commerce of Dayal Singh College for choosing such a contemporary topic, which warrants thinking out of the box, as you say, to search for an alternative to all types of activities now. When we witness, well, the topic, as it says, emerging business model, the new normal, maybe during pandemic or after pandemic-like situation. During this socio-economic phenomena, it calls for the social scientists to prescribe a business model which can really sustain this type of shocks. We have seen during this COVID and lockdown period, many changes have happened. It really disrupted the traditional and very current model of business. Now, we have seen that many firms, they leverage the technology to stay afloat. There are emergence of many new apps adapting to the situation then. There was really a paradigm shift in the delivery of services in doing business involving transactions, maybe even in the sector of education, in banking, everywhere. But as a student of business, let me just, when I ask this question to myself, right, what model really will suit to this type of situation in this, during this pandemic, lockdown, etc. 3 things really determine the model of business. One is the economic cycle, economic policies or the economy of that country, and the socio-economic, political, legal environment of that country. With regard to the environment, it is really incredible challenging. The past years and even the present one, there is incredible challenge. And then the challenge is on the multitude fronts, very unprecedented time. not only the pandemic, if we look at that and the environment, it is accentuated by vagaries of weather, war, what is happening in not only in Afghanistan, in various parts of the globe, there is a conflict taking the toll of especially the revenue. It affects basically the life and livelihood. More elaboration is not required. I think most of us, every one of us, rather, why most, every one of us is a victim of this type of environment. So when I refer to livelihood, it is basically is about the livelihood is a part of our economic activities. Economic activities are basically the demand and supply. There is a mismatch. I'm not really referring to Indian situation, but everywhere across the globe it is happening. That mismatch of demand and supply is leading to inflation. Especially in India, we have discussed many a times about the situation despite this uh, good fiscal policy, good monetary policy, very appropriate policies, very financial incentives were given, and liquidity enhancement measures were taken. But despite all that, the economy is still struggling to maintain a balance. Economy is still struggling to maintain a balance. So that is one part. And in that situation, if we look at that, the business model basically, if we say in my country, the inflation, what for the inflation is? Not only this pandemic is about this entrenched inflation, inflationary pressure. It is because of the rising cost of the fuel, because of the rise in the input cost, the rise in the logistics cost. And because of this, there is a lot of, say, the, uh, the stock position basically could not be distributed. So logistics is a big problem then again, because of the transport. Anyway, it all manifested because two inputs to decide about that. Two things are very crucial to know about that. Two indicators we can say. One is a GDP and the other is the propensity to consume or the consumption expenditure. These are the two determinant factors. Unless these things are being discussed, we cannot decide about what model will be suitable during this type of phenomena. But the GDP and the propensity to consume, you see, look at the consumption. Consumption is always dependent on the income, and consumption is the cornerstone of, as we know, India's growth story. If we refer to 2011 census, take an example of a very subsector. The subsector like where personal engagement is very essential, like trade and hotel. And in this subsector, if you look at that, 2011 census reports that some around 17 crore people were employed there. And this is the statistics which I'm referring to in 2011. So now it is 2021. It must have increased to around 20 crores. So these 20 crore people, they comprise basically the middle class. Middle class means the lower middle class, the middle class. And the incentives which were the government policies I'm referring to, most of them have lost job. Very small shop owners, very petty, they are doing business that is closed. So their income capacity has really gone down. And most of them have come into the bracket of poor again, poor. They have become poor. And as we know that this, particularly this sector, this middle class families or middle class sector, lower middle class, middle class people, their consumption is the main driver or this consumption, the driver of consumption growth. That is a consumption growth. If we conservatively we look at that, the per capita, if we say the per capita income of a family is around, say, for example, 2 lakhs, and we assume that they have a high propensity to consume, and if all these things are takes into account, that translates into 35 to 40 lakh crore consumption expenditure. If this is not happening, if you say, look at the data of this private final consumption expenditure of 1920, you find that is the very, very downside, and there is an accumulation of inventory. So you say how you can say boost the demand. That is one part. Then any business model can thrive, can sustain and grow only when the demand increases. If there is no demand, so demand is dependent on this income, and this basically the people, those who consume. If this is not happening, then where from it will come? Then there is another side, like a supply side. There is a supply constraints. All this data, if you look at that, there is a look at the output data. Every day it comes out in the newspaper and being discussed in channels, new channels also. Output level is still much below the potential level. That means the production has really not taken place, is not picking up. It is happening across the globe. There is a supply side disruption. If you look at that, many things are not available in the market, including chips are not available. If you look at the Southeast Asia, where because of cheap labor, manufacturing base has already shifted that place, and because of resurgent of COVID, production is hampering there. So all these things are really constraints. So we can say, if we give a concluding remark to that, so there is a faltering manufacturing and slumping consumption that is leading to an economic woe. So in this situation, this finding out or prescribing a business model to address, unless you see, it is dependent on the environment, economic environment. And this has really thrown a challenge to find an alternative model, this solution. Technology, application of technology in doing business is one part, but it cannot work everywhere for everything. So during that time, our Honorable Prime Minister, beloved Prime Minister, gave a slogan which has a really good model and a good approach. It's not only a model, but also a very good approach. When he says there is Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is a self-reliance. And he gave a slogan like vocal for local. Vocal for local means you produce locally and consume locally. Unless you produce, if you are dependent on any other country, so because of disruption in transport, disruption in supply, probably that will, uh, and we know the consequences of that one, how we have suffered during that time. So not dependent on not only on any country or any region, so neither for the input nor for the finished goods at least for this FMCG sector. And I think probably this is also a very good model. If we can do that, if we can meet our demand locally, we will not be dependent on any multinational product where we will never wait for the time that it will come, maybe for medicine, maybe for local consumption, for a day-to-day the consumption, whatever we look at that. And when we look at the business model, one thing that comes to my mind is about any business looking at the ITC, a model. So looking is a non-linear model, non-linear growth. It is because you have to go for a revenue sharing model. Revenue sharing model means you have to find out the market at the doorstep. who can really deliver the goods, maybe in the rural area, in the urban area, suppose in the rural area. If I think probably if the self-help groups are engaged for marketing the products, and nothing is will be more effective than this one, like self-help groups, like farmers groups, like we can engage the panchayat, even we can talk to the sarpanch and can do that one. So probably that will also in municipalities, in societies, in a revenue sharing model, if we can engage them, and this can also be a good solution to this type of pandemic, or during time of any type of any type of phenomenon, maybe natural calamities or something like that. I hope very luminaries, very illuminating professors, very eminent professors are now, they have joined here. And since Professor V.K. Kaul is an economist himself, and abroad, what is happening internationally, we will also get to know about that. And I hope many good points will come, good point models will come. And I hope that ultimately the college will prepare a report and will submit it to the members so that we can know about what is the model prescribed by them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Because of his busy schedule, Professor Das may have to leave very soon. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Das, who, despite his busy schedule, agreed to inaugurate the symposium. I thank you, sir, on behalf of Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College, for having spared your invaluable time and enlightening us with your thoughts on the topic under discussion. I thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We also have with us Professor Kijo Varis, who is currently a principal lecturer in Turku University of Applied Science, Finland. So I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College, to this international symposium.
Ms. Rashmi Chadda is with us. I think we can start with the sessions.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me. And thank you for this esteemed panel. As sir mentioned, there are a lot of opportunities coming up. It's just that we need idea. So I'm going to share that, my journey. I want to share screen. Is that all right?
Rashmi ma'am,
Yeah.
can I take a minute of yours? So sorry,
Yeah.
I couldn't unmute myself because of the settings.
No problem. You can do that.
Yeah, just let me formally welcome you once again to this seminar. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Apologies for that, ma'am. All right.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Warm good afternoon to everyone present here and joining us for the first international symposium hosted by Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College. I welcome all the dignitaries and participants to session 1 of the symposium. It's a matter of pride for me to introduce the first speaker of the session, Ms. Rashmi Chadda, who is founder and CEO, Voice Travels Private Limited. She's a journalism and a communication graduate and has always been an avid wanderlust. Sports enthusiast, Rashmi has won many accolades nationally in sports during her school and college days. She had a stint with ITC as Delhi NCR category manager. She did her research into foreigners traveling to India, especially females, by conducting few tours as a freelancer and found that foreign female travelers really want to travel India, but they feel insecure and are reluctant to travel the most incredible country of the world. So this gave her enough impetus to come up with the novel idea of conceiving Voice Travel Private Limited. Voice creates women-friendly customized packages and assign them expert women guide. I welcome you, ma'am, and are very keen to listen to your views. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Jyoti, for wonderful introduction. And Yeah, I'm really glad, I'm speaking in Delhi University. So I've been in Delhi University, JMC for a year. I played cricket as university level, but I realized I don't want to do BCom honors and I wanted to go for mass communication. And in 2005, I have to go for Guru Gobind Singh University. But I've been in Delhi University and, that experiences. Uh, so I want to share, this is a very, very, great topic. And uh, as one hand, as an entrepreneur, I've faced a lot of things in pandemic, everything is revolved around because as mentioned, Voyage is a travel company, that's how we started. But I wanted to share, few things, initially how I come up with this idea, and why this idea was important that time. Of course, it evolved. Like even that introduction of Voyage is also, business model of Voyage is evolved in last 4 years. So I'm going to share. Being, I played in the school nationals in different games. I was not very good in studies, so I'm going to share that. After ninth, of course, I've started scoring good. I played judo, handball, cricket at school national level, and then in my college, I played at university level. So I always been traveling, and not just in India, abroad also. So wherever I go, I find people, and especially women, have a fear of traveling in India. Uh, that was stuck in my mind. I wanted to do something for my country, and there how my research started, that there is a business idea. Women wants to travel around the world, and they are not finding a safe solution, and I can provide them a safe solution, and that's how. In this journey, I find out why I'm sharing this, why I was pointing different problems. I find women are learning different foreign languages, they are not getting jobs in MNC. Then I find women have a passion, different. You love to shop, right? A lot of women do that. uh designing, uh, and then some they love about food. So I connected all the dots, and Voyage land up. We started with women guides, then it come up with women drivers. Then now Voyage have become a travel aggregator platform. It's like one of a kind around the world. We have 700 women vendors, women who design tours uh, around the world. So in more than 45 countries, so that you can come on a Voyage platform and you can buy stuff, tours. So I want to come another point, so that's how Voyage, one second, why this is, sorry. Okay. Oh, why this is not moving? Sorry. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to share, of course, why this point, entrepreneurs are the ultimate problem solvers. So that's what I was mentioning. So there was a problem and I wanted to solve that. uh, in Voyage, so now if you go on a Voyage website, so I'll share, first I started with, having an office in Paharganj, where not many women walk in. And uh, I, again, I find out that a lot of foreigners, they land up and they go to Paharganj. So I wanted to open an office. I did that. Then later on, I realized I'm spending more on, marketing and holding an office. Later on, I realized technology is the thing, so I need to build up a website, and I did that. Uh, so a lot of things, see how business model evolved, and how as a whole business or organization also it was evolving. So I'll tell you, in 2019 end, I was planning to launch a new website and application for OER, so that around the world, women vendors can sell their tours through our platform. And we were about to launch. And then this COVID hit down, travel industry got the worst hit, you know. And even if you see the big organization, unicorns, they are unable to refund such a big amount. And for us also, because you're giving it to, it's like a second you're giving out to vendors. It was way too difficult, but that. So that's I I just wanted to, start with the Voyage introduction. And I want to focus how in pandemic, I figured it out what we are good at. Of course, travel operations, that's our first part. But then the second thing we find out, so Voyage, one second, I don't know why this is, okay, sorry. It's not moving. I think, sorry. Okay, yeah. So so I'll share about Voyage. So in this journey also, in last 3 years, so I launched Voyage in 2017. I did some research towards in 2016, but then registered my company Voyage Travel Private Limited in 2017. And I come up with this name Voyage, and we got trademark also, so that nobody can use it, and all that stuff. In these years, I was working with a lot of tourism boards around the world. One of our favorite is, except India, we are very famous, like, and focus in Japan market. So I was working with Japan tourism, working with Visit Denmark, Air India, and a lot of other organizations like that. And in this journey, see, we learned when COVID hit down and travel and tours, everything shut down. We realized, of course, we laid off like some so I have a women team, all women. So if some guys don't take it like that, I don't hire guys. It's just that we feel more comfortable that women can design tours and work closely with women. It will be way better. And in this journey, so COVID hit down, and then we wanted to find some solution. And we have to keep going. We can't lay off our team and everyone. So we start concentrating on media part. So what happened? There's a company called Yatra. Yatra reached out to me, and then they wanted to consult for their social media and digital marketing, because we had created a lot of impact through that. I was, mostly making money through digital, marketing on digital platform. I think in these 4-5 years also hardly spent 4-5 lakhs on other kind of a marketing and stuff. So Instagram, Facebook, and everything was playing very, very good role for us. We got so we are verified like a blue tick and everything like that. So in this, so when Yatra reached out to us, and that's how that our business model start revolving around. So I start consulting for Yatra, for digital and marketing and everything. Then same way Exigo comes up, because we have a lot of women, segment. Women follow us, women interact on our platform and everything. So we work with Exigo that they come up with a Women's Day, March campaign. So, and that's how it keeps on going. We work with Incredible India now. So I'm going to talk about why MX Taka and Policy was that, because it's not travel, right? So why they are there. So I'm going to talk about it, but I just want to ping in. So now Voyage, of course, will be launching another website and app soon, but we have come up with a Voyage women travel community. And this is the first one I'm telling you guys. You can go there, you can sign up, and women can interact about their trips and travels. So for what is happening, that if we want to look for a tours and trips, we call our girlfriends, right? We want to go on the same places because we feel secure, because somebody have been there. So that's why we are launching a community. And in these, again, I find out there is a point, there is a problem. When women are looking to go on a trip, they're looking information on the platform like Instagram, Facebook, or maybe other platforms like Tripoto. There's a mixed information, not exactly for women, and from women it's coming out. So again, that opportunity comes in. So I'm going to share what so in 2020, when COVID hit down, and again, that in October everything was opening up, things relaxed. I know COVID is really bad, and it's a lot of people got hurt and things like that. We lost people, right? A lot of emotions were going on. even for me as on a business side, and socially also, I was involved. I think I think for an entrepreneur, you have to be come with everything. It's not just about finance. You have to be emotionally inclined, so that you can understand what is people problem, right? What they're facing, and you want need to solve it. And uh, I believe in that leadership, where you want to grow other people. So I'm going to share that what I was doing individually, but here we are talking about Voyage. So Voyage become Voyage Media. Of course, Voyage is still there, and we're going to resume travel operations and everything. But we start focusing on media part. And in media, we done influencer marketing. And influencer marketing, you have seen, you must be following a lot of influencers. Uh, and these influencers market for brands, and that's how we evolved. We start focusing on media. We run few of the campaigns for Yatra, and yeah, we did some campaigns for Policy Bazaar also on YouTube. So that's what, like, Policy Bazaar and MX Taka comes in. So these brands come to us and they say, we need influencers. Again, I stayed my focus very, very pure, women only, because I know that's the circle. I'm working with women influencers. I'm trying to create women creator economy. So I want to grow women creators, how to do videos, how to create content, out there. And this way, how we help, in this way, we work directly with Facebook, Instagram, and, a lot of other apps. So they get, first-hand information for everything, whether it's, you have seen short video, like when TikTok, was shut down, like not allowed to operate in India. Instagram released Reels, and that is working really great. So I found again, new opportunity for creators, especially, of course, we are focusing on women. And these women creators, we are getting them brand deals to work with brands, so that it's again two-way income, right? They are making money, and then of course we are making money. And again, that was again, there was a new problem and how to sort it out. So I think grabbing opportunities is very, very important. You have to, find out that. So there's one quote. Actually, I love it. Success is where preparation and opportunity meet. So we, what happened, we prepare for it, and these creators and, things are working out. So, yep. Yeah, so I'm going to share, so Voyage, why, these are the campaigns I mentioned, and some of the recognitions also. So again, that lot of features come on digital media. So I think even if you are trying to, work on some idea, you have an idea and you want to work on your business, I think please do work, do your research to the core, which is very, very important. And evolve with the time, like in maybe in pandemic, right? So mentioned, like, education is an important part, like online education is going on. If even about technology sustainability, like close sustainability or anything else. Even I was thinking, another business idea. So I invest in a lot of young startups, and I work with women, who have ideas. I was going through one, and they wanted to do things for plants, so that how people can have plants at home, easily. So there's one startup called Ugao, and nothing else. It's very difficult to find, those kind of stuff. So you have to see, what people are focusing on, and how pandemic is bringing change in everyone's life. Like right now, usually what happens, that conferences and everything goes, you have to go there and you have to present. But now I can see, 108 participants are still there, they're sticking around, and that is what fun. Maybe if I, for example, I'm facing some problem, that doing my presentation on the right side, that on next slide I'm facing problem, you can get some solution for that, or anything else. So like one of the example I want to give, like now people, like Clubhouse came in, right? Clubhouse is an audio app, and then same way Facebook was testing it, Twitter was testing it. So again, audio is also a feature, like podcast is picking up. So I don't know. So you have to work on. I don't know what kind of a product it is or service it is. It's very important. But then again, one more thing. I know everyone have a solution. You have to do research, but then be passionate about it. What you are starting up, because there are a lot of ups and downs. I'm telling you, when you see, $1 billion, even Oyo in travel industry, I can talk about, or any other industry. Like a Nika. I know a lot of women, they follow that. They go through a lot of ups and downs. Nothing, this journey can't be same. So if you are up for it, when you're passionate about it, I'm sure that this journey can be very interesting. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to share, how in these opportunities, we are, collaborating and got recognition. Like some of the tours, we work directly with TripAdvisor, Travel and Leisure. In industry like top, everyone like who's top in our industry, we working with them, and this also create a lot of branding for us, which is very very important. And I haven't paid for it. That's what I mentioned. If you want to have an idea, figure it out ways how to brand your brands, which is again very important. And I mentioned social media is playing very important role to you know without spending much money, and you can gain a lot of traction. So uh, do with that. So there's another part I want to introduce. In COVID and in pandemic, what was happening, we can't share travel content, and a lot of things was going around. So what we did, I again find out the story. So people who have visited and learned from those places, for example, I've been to Chhattisgarh and I've learned from something from there, we start creating that kind of content. And why I'm sharing this as an example, because uh, content which can inspire other people while reading it is the important part, right? People can relate to it, and then they can relate to your brand. So if you are creating something, think about it, like what's your story, what's behind it, and whom you are connecting with, your audience. uh like ours, of course, we are focusing on women, and I don't want to divert that. Like in influencer marketing, I would have done it, but no, we still focusing on women. And pandemic, you know a lot of things, of course. Some ways we're working on like half the budget also with companies or startups, because right now they wanted to gain traction. Some companies, they just started up, and COVID hit down. They don't have much of budget, they haven't raised funding, which is also comes in very very important part. Funding comes in and companies wants to grow. uh, so so these kind of stuffs, please do remember. And yeah, so I keep talking about, if you want to, you have an idea, you want to start up your own company, or you are an influencer, you want to register with us, you can write to us on brand media. You can take a screenshot, and this is my ID. You can follow me on Instagram. I have 100K plus. I post knowledgeable content, or sometimes travel, whatever I love, I do that. So you can follow us. And some, like if you're looking for an internship, you want to learn digital or tech, you want to start up, you can write to us. So that's all. And thank you so much for inviting me. That is my journey. From voyage to media, and then how we evolved, and personally also how I've been learning. I recently did design thinking from Stanford University. So learning never stops. So keep learning, and then if you have an idea you want to go, please do your research, and believe in yourself, because something haven't done, अभी वो हुआ नहीं है और वो आपको create करना है, तो आप कर सकते हो. So believe in yourself and go ahead. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, Meenakshi ma'am. And thank you, sir, and everyone. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your interesting insights about how this travel aggregator has come up. And it was incredible to listen to your journey. You aptly discussed how this business model has come up and how all the facets of the tourism industry have catapulted into a collapse after this post-COVID scenario, and how this company has come up with novel solutions and collaborated with Yatra and other companies with a focus on digital marketing strategies. So to summarize, I can say that the key takeaways from your presentations can be that one has to be innovative, but be focused and be evolving and grab opportunities to be a game changer. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insights, and thank you for sparing your valuable time. Thank you, ma'am. I would request participants, if they have any questions, they can just keep posting them in the chat box, that we can take it a little later after the presentations. So,
Jyoti, we can have the next speaker.
yeah, okay.
We can take the questions at the end of the first session.
All right,
Together for all the three speakers. Yes.
All right, ma'am. I cannot see any questions till now. So if we have, we can have it towards the end of the session.
Professor Munim Barai is with us. We can go ahead with the second presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So it's an honor and privilege for me to introduce the next speaker of the day, Professor Munim Kumar Barai. Professor Munim is a professor of finance at the Graduate School of Management, Asia Pacific University, Japan. Presently, Sir is also the Associate Dean, International Cooperation and Research Division of APU. Earlier, he has served at several universities in Bangladesh too. He is a recipient of a number of prestigious scholarships and fellowships, including ICCR Scholarship, UGC India Junior and Senior Research Fellowship, Asian Scholarship Foundation Fellowship, and JSPS Grants in Aid Scholarship Japan. He has been a Fulbright scholar and completed postdoc research at the University of Pennsylvania, USA. His research interest pertains to areas which include banks and non-bank financial institutions, regional trade, micro and inclusive finance, economic development, and remittances. He is a voracious academician and has extensively published in various international and national journals of repute. And he is also being a guest editor for many reputed journals. We welcome you, sir, and I request you humbly to present your address on the topic Post-COVID Model of Global Supply Chain. Is disintermediation of China possible? We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul, and thank you all. Before that, I have to say some words to Professor Kiti Mohan Das about him. He came to Japan and we spent some time at our residence as well. So Professor Das, thank you that I'm seeing you here. Also, Principal Dal Singh College, Dr. Meenakshi Kaur, I know her personally, and I also visited her house in Delhi. And other professors were attending, faculty members of Dal Singh College, students, and other participants. Thank you very much for attending my lecture on the issue I am discussing with you for another 30 minutes. How much time I'm going to get?
You can take 25 to 30 minutes, Professor. We have kept half an hour for each speaker.
Okay, thank you. So for next 30 minutes, if you allow me, I'll be talking on one issue, particular issue, which I feel very important, which is in fact the global supply chain and COVID issue, and also the dominance of China, whether it's possible, whether we can see any kind of change in the near future, I'm using the term disintermediation for that. So with this, let me share my screen with you and start my presentation. Okay. So, okay, as I said, I'll be talking on post-COVID global supply chain, and the full title of the topic, as you can see here, is post-COVID model for global supply chain. Is disintermediation of China possible? So this is important, and okay, I think I'm facing also the similar type of problem of Ms. Chadda. I'm not seeing anything on my screen.
Give us a minute. I think we have a team in technical. They must be looking into it.
So you can share your PPT window, then you can see your PPT along with your meeting.
Okay, I'm stopping my sharing. Again, I'm going
to share screen and share on. Please make it on PPT view. That would be visible
then. Still blank. It's coming.
But we can see your presentation, sir.
But I can't.
No, only presentation, not anything written there.
Okay, so it seems that I have to.
Visible now, sir. It is visible now.
Sir, it's visible now.
It is showing welcome.
Sir, I think after showing your slides, you need to enter whatever PPT or document which you are having. So you need to enter and keep entering. So the material which you have written, it will come up.
Because there are some animation maybe in your PPT. That's why it's.
No, animation is simple one. So how I cannot even go out of it. So I cannot escape it. Okay.
Sir, it is visible, but.
Okay, so let me see whether I can escape it or not. There is no escape route. Okay, so let me see whether I can. No, it's not.
Sir, you can email it to one of us and we can share it from our end.
Okay, so let me try again. This is the title, and I'll be presenting this to the symposium. So I'm sorry for the problem. I think it should be all right now. So if you look at the coverage, I have this coverage today. My entire issue or my entire topic will be on introduction. Then I'll be talking on global supply chain, some sort of ideas. As a professor or as a teacher, sometimes you'll have to give some idea. What is it? Sometimes I believe that some of you can get idea about global supply chain. Sometimes it may not be very clear to you. So that idea. Creation of China-centric global supply chain, very important issue. Troubles of global supply chain during COVID-19, another important issue. Post-COVID-19 global supply chain model, and here the important issue is disintermediation of China possible, and finally conclusion. So if you look at, no, I have never faced this problem.
Sir, you have to click on that presentation, then it can move by arrow button, left, right button, left.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so now the introductory part, this is my introduction. COVID has brought, I'm sorry for the technical problems I'm facing a bit, because I did not face this problem earlier. Anyway, COVID has brought an incredible disruption to the lives of people all over the world. You can see since it started in 2020, more than till today, I'm giving the figure for today, September 6, more than 221 million people have been infected, and more than 46 million people all over the world or say 220 countries and territories are dead by this time. So you can understand by this figure that the level of disruption, level of damages it has caused already to the human society. Now, if we go further, we find that in this century, in this 21st century, or the century of the first century of the millennium, we have seen two global kind of crises or calamities. One is the financial crisis of 2008, 2007 and 8, and then COVID 2019-20. And they have some sort of, they are not similar by their nature, but we find some sort of similarities. How the similarities are there? We find that, well, in case of the financial crisis, it started in a single sector of a single economy, that is USA, and of course the property real estate sector. And then it ultimately engulfed the whole world and affected the whole world, or the financial system as well as the economic system all over. Similarly, if you look at the crisis, COVID crisis, it started in a single city again, and the country China, and now we see the damage it has done already to the world. So similarities here, and dissimilarities, you can see there are a lot of dissimilarities and dissimilarities, and of course you can find that COVID is considered to be much bigger in terms of its magnitude and destructive abilities or disruption abilities. Now, what is the common here? I mean, if you look at the quickness of the spread of both the catastrophes and the degree of their damage may partially be explained by one specific issue, globalization. Okay, the common thread, we find that both of them are being aided by globalization. Now, if you look at the cost of COVID, we find the cost could be in terms of human cost, economic cost, employment cost, social cost, and environmental effects of cost. And if you look at the economic cost by this time, we find that the economist, London, they estimated that it has it has become more than $10 trillion all over the world. So we find that level of destruction or economic cost the world had to bear already. Now, if you look at the present situation, yes, economy has come back a bit, but COVID situation itself has remained grim. Now, the question here, we find that, well, COVID will definitely change, means we have the past of COVID. Presently, we are also in COVID period, but in the future, we'll find many issues which will never remain the same as they were earlier. They'll not remain the same in the future. So changes will happen, and we'll like to see this. Now, what are the areas? If you like to see what are the areas where changes will happen, my focus here, I find that global supply chain will be changed. Policies of industrialization by nations will change. And more importantly, economic and political orientation of the world order is going to be affected. So these are the areas. My concern here should be, in fact, the global supply chain model, where I'll be focusing more. Now, second part, which is what is then a global supply chain? In fact, this is a definition. If you look at, this is the definition of global supply chain, where we are trying to say that, well, global supply chains are networks that can span across multiple continents and countries for the purpose of sourcing and supplying goods and services. Global supply chain involve the flow of information, processes, and resources across the globe. So after that, if you look at, this is a loop. Supply chain itself has become sort of a loop, and it could be, starting from raw materials. So we have suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, retailers, consumers, and then again it goes back to raw materials. And what we find, the inventory management concept, just in time, JIT, which is basically a Japanese concept, Japanese management concept, has influenced global supply chains development and took advantage of China's opening. Now, shows this slide can show, or this diagram can show what are the things, or what are the entities involved in the entities involved in the global supply chain process. And we find products could be there, facilities could be there, vehicles could be there, routes could be there. So all things together are present in a global supply chain context. Now, this can show you some sort of model. We are talking global supply chain model. So we have on the left-hand side, you have material supplier, and different countries are there. And in between, you have the product flow. And in fact, this is the space where integration scope for global enterprise are happening. Okay, so we find that this can happen, means production or product flow or assembly plant can be on the basis of offshoring, reshoring, and nearshoring. And from there, it goes to distribution center, which could be placed in different countries. And finally, it goes to the consumer in different countries. A consumer is in the demand sector, and it could be anywhere in the world. Now, this is with this background knowledge of a global supply chain. Now the China factor is coming. How China has become, why the China or creation of China, how China has become the center of global supply chain, or creation of a China-centric global supply chain. In fact, it started in 1978 when China started opening up the economy. That was in 1978. And after that, it's a story. We find the story. Basically, China became a story, or started to become a story after 1985 onward, and in the 1990s. And after that, there are many other reasons. China is always in the news all over the world. And if you look at our case, which is global supply chain, what we find over time, China turned out to be the largest destination for countries all over the world. FDI, I mean, largest investment destination. And by this time, so we have the statistics for 2019, China, in fact, had $1.77 trillion of FDI stocks within country. And it also, if you look at, it also have a huge amount, it also has huge amount of outward FDI stock, and it reached about $2.2 trillion in 2012, up from, I think I'm wrong, it should be 2020, not 2012, sorry, up from around $246 billion in 2009. So this figure should be 2020 figure, not 2012 figure. Okay, so after that, if you look at some of the other areas where this global kind of supply chain, concentrated in China, we find right at the moment, or by 2017, China's industrial value added surged to 23.9% of the total global output. Large electronic equipment manufacturers source about 40% of their parts from China. Again, if you look at the pharmaceuticals industry in Europe, they import 40% of their active components for its drug supply from China, and also India. Okay, India's name of India is there. Now, again, how it is China-centric. If you look at China's share of global freight transport, and I have the figure for 2017, you can easily find that China dominated the whole picture by comprising 32% of the total. You don't see even US there. North America, including USA, only 9%, Europe 17%. Oh, well, what about air freight? We have, it is ton kilometers by nation, 2017 figure by World Bank, and we find China still is there second. Interesting part is UAE, who is third, by the way, in terms of air freight. UAE is having the third position in the world. Now, we should not. There are various kind of efforts by the Chinese government. They have given incentives, and it took more than 20 years to come to this point. Or we find that they have been able to supply the vast majority of electronic components, auto parts, chemicals, and drug ingredients needed for domestic and international manufacturing. Now, we also have to look at China, how they have done it. What are the capabilities they have developed, domestic capabilities they have developed. They have developed hard and soft infrastructure to help the supply chain issue. Business transformation has also been done as per the demand in the world. Upskilling and recruitment strategy are going hand in hand. Soft skill under the limelight, and digitalization of the supply chain is another issue where they have done very well. Now, by this time, at this point, what we find, a state of Chinese intermediation of global supply chain has emerged. What is meant by that? Well, I have borrowed the term from the financial world because it is finance. So I've borrowed the term from there. What is that? What is finance? You might have heard the word financial intermediation. In the financial market, we find that on the one side, you have the supply side, which are the savers, depositors, and other people. On the other side, we have the demand side. And demand side is, of course, the investors or the firms. And in between, the financial institutions, they work and they channel this savings or investment by the depositors or savers to the ultimate investors. And the entire process of channeling this money from the deficit, from the surplus sector to the deficit sector is called financial intermediation. We find the similar thing is happening. China has become the manufacturing powerhouse and become the land through which supply chains of most of the manufacturing products are running through. This has given China the intermediary role in the manufacturing world. Okay, it can intermediate, it can influence the supply chain all over the world. So very other favorable factors in the past and present are also helping China's case. But what the end result? The world has become over dependent on China. Okay. Now, what is the trouble? Why we are discussing a new model post-COVID world global supply chain? Because during the COVID time, the world is facing some problems or troubles with the global supply chain, and basically when it is dominated by China. So the unprecedented economic turmoil caused by COVID-19 worldwide has brought extraordinary stress on global supply chain and landed the model developed since 1978 into huge trouble. Trouble in the global supply chain started with the supply shock in China in February 2020. So we find that, well, because of the problem, China stopped, they could not produce more. So supply side was hampered, and it happened in 2020. And after that, the demand shock that followed at the global economy when global economy shut down. So demand collapsed. On the other side, initially it was the supply side which collapsed. So the supply chain, in fact, got disrupted in this process. So we find that you can find the problem with the supply of pharmaceuticals, critical medical supply like personal protective equipment, hospital gowns, gloves, surgical masks, respirators, etc. Even the consumer products like masks, sanitizer, hand gloves, etc. faced huge shortage. Presumably, many lives in the world may have been saved or could have been saved had there been less concentration of this product in a single supply chain, and that is coming through China, and that is so much dependent on China. I believe many lives in the world could have been saved, in fact. So that is a problem. Now, if you look the other issues, I think as we have less time, so I think I should be quick here. What the last line, last sentences I'm discussing, COVID-19 crisis has exposed the global supply chain's vulnerability, who is the global farms have created or joined over time in the production strategies and farm supply chain just about everywhere. So the present global supply chain is facing an increased level of scrutiny. Whether it should continue in this way or not, that is a question. So what could be the shape of the global supply chain in the post-COVID context, post-COVID-19 and global supply chain model? Due to the experience and effects of COVID-19, manufacturers worldwide are facing greater political and competitive pressure to increase their domestic production, grow employment in their home countries, reduce or even eliminate their dependence on sources which are perceived to be risky, and rethink their use of lean manufacturing strategies that involve minimizing the amount of inventory held in their global supply chains. So based on this, I mean, if you look at the kind of things or demands or ideas that are growing, supply chain has come under scrutiny, and we find there is a change. There should be changes, and it is going to happen. But what extent, that is a question. Now, with this, what we find, indeed, COVID has increased the likelihood that MNCs, multinational corporations, would diversify their supply chain to alternative regions or follow a China plus one formula. What is that? That don't concentrate only in China. Invest your money or put your manufacturing houses, shops, or factories in some other countries, not only in China. China plus one. This one could be Vietnam. This one could be Thailand. This one could be Indonesia. This one could be even India, or say any other countries. In that case, the decentralization of manufacturing capacity is a strong possibility, whereby companies may even look to bring production home. Okay, that is a possibility. Now, going further, what can happen to the model? We find that, well, there is a possibility that changes will happen, and these changes can have three dimensions. What are the dimensions? From globalization to regionalization, adaptive to measure catastrophic events, having a human dimension instead of entirely automation. So these are the future shape we are expecting to, or the experts are thinking that it can take this form of shape, or the future global supply chain should form in a way so this kind of dimensions would be present. Now, the first one, from globalization to regionalization. Well, I'm not going to, the title itself is saying everything. Just look at the example. North America might be served by shifting labor-intensive work from China to Mexico or Central America. Okay. Similarly, Western Europe can ship their products or the things they're producing in China to other East European countries or the places mentioned. Similarly, what we find that, well, at the same time, when the movements are done, one concept has to be kept, one issue has to be kept in mind, that the regionoid problem could be there, as it happened in 1997. And we see the financial crisis of 1997, in fact, disrupted the whole Southeast Asia, as well as Taiwan and Korea. So don't put the money in the regional context as well. That could be even problematic. Well, adaptive to measure catastrophic events. What are the things you have to keep in mind? Avoid complete lean production strategy based on the JIT, just-in-time management principle. A space for a trade-off between productive variety and capacity flexibility should be part of the adaptive approach. So I can give you some example. What happened during COVID, initial stage of COVID in the USA? What happened at the initial stage? The demand for vegetables and other kind of things entirely got disrupted from the, I mean, if you look at the restaurants and other food industry, because of less demand there, the entire demand for vegetable things got disrupted. On the other hand, demand for vegetables increased hugely from households. Okay, so we find that at that time the suppliers, they could not meet this kind of rapid change in demand and supply issue. So there is a problem. So in the future, adaptive to measure catastrophic events and this type of demand and supply issue should be kept in mind. Or also at the same time, some buffer should be, or safety stock should be there at different locations, by keeping in units, which is called SKU. So SKU stock keeping units should be there to stockpile the buffer stocks. And having human dimension, just one issue. This is called Toyota principle, or Toyota principle says that automation may prove to be the most adaptable production method in the post-COVID context. This involves automating around 80 to 90% of the system, but allowing 10 to 20% opportunity for human expertise to improve system operation. This is needed. And we understand that COVID has laid many people unemployed in the world. So don't go for entirely for operation automation. That could again be problematic for the human being. And unemployment is creating so much problem. And many of the issues happening in the United States. That's very interesting. United States has become very interesting case in the right at the moment. If you look at the factories are looking for workers, unemployment, but on the other side, there are huge unemployment problem. People are not looking for getting job, they are saying. But in fact, what is happening in the United States, people are not looking for job because of the government government aids given by the government, different incentives or says support, financial support given by the government. People have become somehow lazy and they don't like to work more. Employment opportunities are there, unemployed people are there, but there is no match between this. It's a different kind of problem that is taking place in the world. Well, also in the remodeling of global supply chain, economic nationalism is a possibility. Well, we have seen the slogan in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is the best example. Okay, this is the best example. I believe I don't have to talk about it. But only point is, we can find the revisit of import substitution industrial policy in the post-COVID context. Now, is disintermediation of China possible? The final thing I like to deal with. Surveys are supporting this kind of thing. Yes, disintermediation might be on the way, may not be that visible, but it is on the way, may not be that huge one. At the same time, surveys are supporting that MNCs, they're talking about disintermediation from China. This shows, this is Financial Times report, and this is from, in fact, based on Bacon McKenzie. We find that between 2018, or the difference between 2015-18 and 2018-19, China is losing share in terms of phone markets, computer tablets production, clothing, furniture, household electronics goods. So it may not be visible, but it is taking place. Also, we find Japan has already earmarked $243.5 billion yen, which is equivalent to about 2.5 billion yen, package for companies to move back their factories in Japan or relocate to Southeast Asia, India, and Bangladesh. Germany and UK and other governments in the West have joined to advise their MNCs to relocate their factories out of China. FDI trends of the next few years should be important if we watch it, and if we find that, well, more and more investment is going to Vietnam, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Poland, then we'll find something is happening. At the same time, we have to look at any disinvestment or production downsizing process in China. If that happens, we can say that yes, disintermediation is taking place. Well, now is the time that, well, we also find some examples where we find that dependency on China will be easier for some products than others. Things like furniture, clothing, household goods, and other things you can see. These things could be easily shifted from China to other exports, but there are some other sophisticated goods and machinery, electronics and other goods, which incorporate components such as high density interconnectivity, circuit boards, electronic displays, precision guiding kind of things, precision casting. They could be difficult to be shifted from China very easily, not possible quickly or easily. So what my conclusions are? When human civilization faced a major level of shaking or got affected by some incidents in the past, the post-incident world did not remain the same. We have hundreds of examples. COVID-19 is going to give rise many new phenomena in businesses, including the reformation of global supply chain. But yet many things are not going to change. Consumer will continue to want low prices, especially in a recession, and farms would not be able to change more because they manufacture in higher cost home markets. Competition will ensure that. In addition, the pressure to operate efficiently and use capital and manufacturing capacity frugally will remain unrelenting. This is the last slide, so please bear with me. The challenge for companies will be to make their supply chains more resilient without weakening their competitiveness. In the process, a slow disintermediation of global supply chain of China is a very real good global, is very real as global political economy and geoeconomics may support it. And geoeconomics may support it. It could be even good for China to move from an efficiency-driven economy to an innovative driven economy, and supply chain will be disrupted automatically in that case. Thank you. I'm fine. I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit the business world in an unprecedented scale and speed. It has caused the closure of businesses, the stoppage of factories' outputs, and the disruption to global manufacturing industries and their supply networks. Major industries like automotive, electronics, medical equipment, and more have been significantly affected, as told by our speaker. This is a result of China that having become a world production center over the past 2 to 3 decades. China provides the bulk of the components as well as major subsystems to manufacturers globally, and the world has become over dependent on China. China has become manufacturing powerhouse, and this has given China an intermediary role. The sir has rightly pointed out that the trouble started in pandemic as supply side was hampered and demand collapsed. Global supply chain was facing a scrutiny. Supply value chains cannot be established overnight. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded corporate decision makers that there is a need to develop new business strategies in their future supply chain designs. Sir has also suggested a few suggestions where he has talked about finding alternative solutions, including quickly shifting to other orders to secondary suppliers. Regionalization and being adaptive will like keeping a buffer, and automation will help on transforming businesses models to unlocking new values for businesses, customers, and society. But Sir aptly also said that it should have a human dimension to the same, and resilience will be going to be the key. Thank you so much, sir, for your viewpoint on post-COVID-19 GSC model and academically enlightening deliberations on the same. Just give me a minute to look into the chat box so that if we have few questions, can we take it right now, ma'am, or towards the end only?
Do it at the end of the first session.
All right, ma'am.
After Professor Call.
All right, ma'am.
We can go ahead to the next presentation.
Sir has
Professor Call is already with us. He's with us already.
All right, ma'am. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. So in the third session of this symposium, we are privileged to have Professor Vijay Kumar Kaul amongst us. Professor Kaul teaches in the Department of Finance and Business Economics, University of Delhi. His areas of interest include public policy and business, transformation of enterprises, economic transition and performance, and knowledge economy in global context, amongst many areas. He has number of honors and awards to his credit. To name a few, Sir has been a member of various expert committees like on CBCS by Universities Grants Commission India. He has been partner in a European Union project. Sir has received G20 Korean Global Leader Fellowship Award in 2012. He has been awarded Indo-Canadian Fellowship by Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, Calgary, Canada. Sir has extensively published in various international and national journals of repute. We welcome you, sir, and I request you humbly present your address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you, Meenakshi, for inviting me. And it's really nice to see Professor Munim Barai here again. In fact, the point that I'm going to raise and discuss are very much initiated by Professor Munim Barai. It's about the China, that over a period of time, the globalizations and its concentration of all this supply chain in China created a lot of opportunities for many countries because they were providing a very cost-effective product, etc. And the China became a manufacturing hub of the world. But at the same time, what type of vulnerability it created that we see in at the time of this COVID. So what I am going to emphasize, I have just noted down some point. I am not going to go deep into the one particular aspect. I'm just, my main point is that the change that we see right now in the business model, the emerging business model, it is not just because of the COVID. During the last so many years and decades, we find the business models are being reinvented and changed, and all these things are changing also. It's not just a because of the COVID. Definitely, that what Professor Munim has discussed is happening because of the global supply chain, and the people have realized that we need to be more resilient. The companies are shifting, reshoring is taking place. Even the relocation is many of these countries, they are relocating. Professor Munim has discussed in a very detail that how all these different countries, MNCs, they are thinking in terms of relocating to India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and all these things. So, but my point is that it is not just because of the COVID. COVID has given a big push to this change that is taking place in case of business models. But otherwise, we find this change is taking place for the last so many years. And one of the very important aspect that I see the responsible for this change is a technological change. Technological change, accelerations in this technological advancement, and especially the emergence of Industry 4 technologies are giving a big push to a change in the business models. So I have just noted down, just 2 days back, I noted down some of the points. I will share my points with you. So my main point is definitely the new models are coming up. This COVID has given a big push to change in the new models. What is this business model? In fact, I have been teaching this for the last more than 30 years about business model. Business model we generally see in terms of there are 4 aspects, basically the 4 building blocks. One is the customers, where you need to create a value for the customers. You need to create a value for the company, basically in terms of profit formula. And how you are going to create that requires some key resources and key processes. So these are the 4 different business, building pillars of a business model. Customer valuations, this is creating a value for customer, profit formula, key resources, and the key processes. And when you look at the scenario, that the way it is developing over a period of times, we find the things are changing dramatically, and all these things which are changing forces, global level, internal domestic level, because of the technology, because of the global shift, all these things are pushing for a change in the business model, and new models are coming, old are becoming obsolete. So all these things are, so there is a lot of dynamism in the environment if you look at this. And especially for a country like India, where we see a lot of challenges, a lot of problems, a lot of issues, and a lot of diversity, and we have a immense potentials to grow also. So here there is a lot of scope. You see that when we study in the strategy, whenever there is a challenge, whenever there is some issues, the problems, that problems gives you a lot of opportunities. And basically business model, developing a business model nowadays, earlier we used to say the innovation means what? It is a product innovation, it is a process innovation. And nowadays we are talking about even the business model innovations. So business model innovation has also been added to the innovations, and it is happening. Basically, you see that they are, especially in case of a new emerging technologies, when new technologies are coming up, we need to tap those technologies. and looking at that the needs of the people, the customers, and all these things. So how we are going to provide that new technologies, new things to solve the old problems, the challenges. So that requires a different type of business models. So here, lot of opportunities. So just see even the solar energy, the renewable energy, and new models are emerging. New things are emerging. Even in case of a health now, because of the COVID also, we find because of using this industry 4 technologies, new models are coming up. So all these things. So I'm just basically looking at this, the challenges. So number of these things that we see in terms of it, this emerging business model is in terms of sharing economy, Uber and all these are there, e-commerce, even the global value chain. Professor Bry has also discussed regional value chain, even business becoming an ecosystem, the Amazon, that type of a model that we see. So these are all even in the sunrise sectors. So new models are emerging. So there are a lot of examples where we find a new types of models are coming up, and it's all linked with the change. Lot of forces are changing, factors are changing. So what type of my focus is just to look at that the forces or the factors which are pushing for change in the business models. So I just noted down that it's all linked with the challenges. New things are coming up, new challenges are coming up. So using those challenges, they are pushing for a change in the models also. Basically, they are entrepreneurs. They are interested to capitalize on these opportunities. So they, in order to use these opportunities, they are looking at the way. So basically, new types of business models are emerging using latest technologies and the new rules and regulations and new opportunities. So I just noted down that there were some old challenges that if you look at this poverty, malnutrition, illiteracy, unemployment, all these old challenges are still continuing, and they are still have a lot of scope for coming up with the new models to take care of these problems. New have been added during the last few decades. So we find this because of the globalization. Globalization has given a lot of opportunities. A new middle class in a different countries have emerged, but at the same time you see that it has created a lot of inequalities all over the world, in different within the countries, among the countries also. So basically this is a new challenge. It's a unemployment is also, job creation is becoming a challenge everywhere. Climate change is a new thing that is becoming very serious issue. It requires a thinking, it requires a collective efforts, and it requires a new type of business models. And then the following is it's a accelerated technological change that I just mentions. Industry 4 technologies. Industry 4 technologies is not just a one technology, it's a stream of technologies starting from the AIs to cloud computing, even in the robots, even the biotechnology, nanotechnology, 5G nowadays, we are talking about quantum computing. So streams of new technologies are coming up, and they have a lot of potentials to change the manufacturing scene, change even it's changing the government public interface also. So many things are happening. New models are coming up, and linked with this is a global shift, and that is what has been touched by Professor Bry also, that says China, say basically global scene, geo-economics, geopolitics is changing, that we are moving towards that. We see that the emergence of China has created a lot of instability also. It has created a lot of opportunities also, and especially the after COVID, it has created some opportunities for others. So things are changing. Global realignment is taking place. So it has a impact on the global value chain that has been discussed. And some of the changes very recently, the latest that we have just observed during the last 1.5 years, it's a COVID pandemic and the urge for universalization of health facilities. So it's a very latest one. It is again linked with even the climate change also. So but it is becoming very important force that is pushing for a change in the existing business models. Another one is again it's a continuation of this technologies, digitalization, because using this technology, industry 4.0 technologies, you require a large scale digitalizations that will create a data that can be used, for AI and other things also. It requires a different type of model. So digitalizations is taking place, and we see that even during the COVID period also, it has been a big boom, use of digital product and virtual media and all these things, that say some this say basically company like Zooms, they were able to multiply their sales by more than 300 times. So it's a basically a new types of things are emerging, is growing. So it's a all industry 4 technologies, they are being used and have provided a lot of challenge and opportunities. The disruption in global supply chain and globalization concept, Professor Barai has discussed, new global alignment and national policies that, yeah, basically because of the COVID also, we find even the national policies are changing. The country like even US, even a country like us, we have seen that that we are talking about now Atmanirbhar Bharat package, where we need to develop ourselves. Self-reliance is becoming a key. So realignment of national policies are also there. Even in case of advanced countries, they are also thinking in terms of that, where there are some very key products like electronics, semiconductor electronics, even health services, they need to relocate in their own countries or to a nearby place, neighborhoods. So basically, this global realignment is taking place, or policy is taking place. So they are giving a big push to the change in the type of business model we see. And one more thing is that it's a basically you see that the global jihadi movement says basically it is going to create a lot of problems, that we see that all these jihadis, terrorist groups, they are having a medieval mindset, but at the same time they are using all the latest modern this digital equipments and this modern equipments, and it is becoming very, very dangerous. So that has also created a lot of issues related to cyber security, cyber crimes, and it's also pushing for a change in the business model. And the last one is, again, it's a say employment issue is very, very important. So these are some of the points that I just noted down, that these are the changes, the forces which are pushing for a change in the business model. And you see that I am not going to discuss any example, but if you take any example, you'll find that these things are becoming very, very important, very, very important, and it's pushing for this. So whenever there is a challenge is also an opportunity. So when the challenges are there, the issues are there, the problems are there, so you need to solve that problems. So that offer you a lot of opportunities. So of the opportunity, how you are going to grab that opportunities, how you are going to use that opportunities, that requires a business models. So we find that there is it's a change in the existing business model, and new business models are also emerging. So now I'll just focus in India, that how in India the things are changing. That India focus, basically India, we know a lot of diversity is there, a lot of challenges, and challenges with a lot of opportunities also. Several challenges, old and new. Basically the points, the challenges that I have highlighted, all these challenges are working in India also. India is moving in a completely different directions, at a point where there is a lot of opportunities, because we have a very strong government is also pushing for change, and there is a lot of aspiration level among the youth. So we are having a demographic dividend, that dividend is to be exploited. Our youth, we are the youngest population possessing country also in the world, large young youth populations. They have a aspiration level, that aspiration level is to be harnessed. So creation of employment for all is a big challenge, and how to fulfill that so that they are not going to create a problem. So basically using our own youth, providing employment for them, creating job opportunities. So a lot of challenge. So it requires say big national change in the policies of the government also. And that is what we see using this COVID period. Government has come up with a say change in the policies. They have opened up number of sectors under this Atmanirbhar Bharat package. They are providing a lot of incentive to the SMEs. They are providing a lot of incentive for startup also. Many sectors like space, etc., has been opened up. Many small this sunrise sectors been identified, and now right now there are around 10 sectors where the PLI, the project linked incentives are being given by the governments. So all these things are happening. Even in the agriculture is growing. There is a lot of scope for the change. So some change has been introduced, though there is some issues, political issues and other issues. But a lot of things are happening in India. So all these things are providing opportunities to grab, say opportunity to exploit, and that requires a business model change. New business models are coming, and even at the national level, the national goal has been set. Earlier, it was a $5 trillion economy by 2025, but because of the COVID, everything has been uh, has been given away. Basically, now there is a discussion that India cannot achieve this 5 trillion. It will take 26, 27 periods to achieve. But at the same time, a new things are also coming down. We are setting a target of 10 trillion also by 2030. So even the national level thinking goal is being also said that you keep a higher, even in the management we discuss leveraging your strategic intent also. Have a strategic intent, have a say 10 years models, and then see how you are going to achieve that. So there is a lot of discussion that we should think in terms of a $10 trillion. It's a national goal, aspirations, and then we should mobilize all our resources to achieve that. And for that, whatever is required, you identify that. What type of reforms are required, you do that. So we find a lot of things are happening, and we find that this global shift that is taking place is also providing a lot of opportunities for India, because as Professor Munim Barai has also discussed that case of a China became emerged as a global hub of manufacturing, and now because of the COVID, it has been a realizations that just concentration of all supply chain in China is a very serious issues for the other countries. So there is a need for relocation, reshoring, even diversifying your supply chains. And then we find that there are number of sectors, number of areas where the India is the only place you can provide a large scale productions. Vietnam is there, some Indonesia is there, but India has a lot of sub plus point also. People just talk about negative things, but there are some plus point also, and that we see is happening also. Many MNCs, they are approaching, they are talking to this so that they can relocate and all these things. These are happening because of this. Proactive government is there, and then focus. And one more thing is that is being discussed is the technology that I have just discussed. Even in case of India also, we say that our manufacturing, the share of manufacturing in the GDP is around 17%, and we have been targeting and talking about that it should be increased to 25%. And now we find that basically there is some balancing is required, because if we go for this industry 4 technologies, maybe we can have a higher manufacturing share, but at the same time it is going to have a lot of problems for the employment. So it's a very big opportunities that using industry 4 technologies, adapting industry 4 technologies for not just for large scale industries in India, they are going in a big way. Well, I have just attended last week also, there is a one seminar conducted and others, where I saw that how these large scale industries in India, they are going and going in a big way for industry 4 technologies. But at the same time, the challenge is that it should not be restricted to just a industry 4 technology. It should move to a SMEs level also, other level also, and it should not be just for a modern industries. It should be diversified to the traditional industries also. So there is a lot of scope for this. There is a lot of opportunities for that. How to use, adapt, and adapt these technologies for SMEs and others, so that you can push your manufacturing also. So basically, I'm discussing challenges. I'm also looking at the opportunities. The challenge is providing opportunities for new type of a business model. And when you look at the industry four technologies, you see that there is a lot of discussion going on. That generally industry four technology means what? It is a basically fourth industrial revolution. There was a first industrial revolution, second and third, and India has missed all these revolutions. We have not been able to capitalize on industry first, second, and third. And now we are talking about fourth. So there is a thinking that we must not miss this bus. We must not miss our industry four technologies. We have a strength. Basically we are finding all these industrial revolutions are simultaneously working in India in a different sectors. So there is a lot of opportunities, and for that, if you look at the India's this industry four technologies, India government is also has taken a number of initiatives. So Make in India, Startup India, even this Digital India, even a Skill India, all these initiatives that the government has taken up, these are all giving a very big base for capitalizing on industry 4 technologies. Some push is required by the entrepreneurs, and it should be, it's very clear, the government is doing its work, but I think that things should come from the industry. It should be industry driven things. So when we are talking about this employment intensive sustainable development for India, so it should be driven by industry. Government's role is, we cannot ignore government role. Government role is very, very important. And as we have seen in case of East Asian countries, where earlier it was all Western countries, they were developed, they use and capitalize industrial revolution. But it was East Asian countries, they have come up, they are the only one area which have come up with a lot of developments by using the government, and the government has been a key, that government push that. So we find even in a country like India, government's role is very important, but it should be driven by the industry, especially in case of industry 4 technologies, that if you are to push, you are to employ, you are to deploy, it should not remain as a pilot level prototype type of a thing. It should be used drastically, widely, and it should be basically the concept of ecosystem. Nowadays, when we talk about ecosystem, is very important, and we are talking about this value chain ecosystem. It should not be driven by just one particular industry. It should be industry-wide deployment of these technologies will give a big push. And there is a discussions that we in some of the modern technologies we can give a big push. We can even people may say that there may be a dearth of, say, there may not be a demand for these products, but globally there is a lot of demand for these products also. We can capitalize global market also, and then it will have a spillover effect on the domestic market, as we see in a software market also. So there are ways, there is a lot of discussion taking place, so lot of scope for this. So I just looked at this industry 4, and in fact there was a very recently UNCTAD has come up with a report. Earlier there was a global innovation index report also, that where India is improving its positions, innovative positions. Even UNCTAD report is there, where India has been ranked as a 43rd, and they are saying in terms of a per capita income, when they compare with other countries, India's 43rd position is remarkable positions. That shows that it is because of that India is publishing a lot of new areas, R&D, industry 4 technology related publications. So a lot of publications are coming by, even in case of AI also, a lot of publications are coming from Indian academia. There is a need to combine academia in the industry. There is a need to translate these publications into a patents and new technologies. There is a lot of scope. Even in this case, this UNCTAD report, they have mentioned that in the year 2018, the total market size of industry 4 technology was $350 billion, and now they say that by 2025 the size of this market will be $3.2 trillion. So that shows an immense potential, where India can also push. When you combine India's academia, industry, and the government also come in this. So there is a lot of opportunities which we can capitalize, and this can be translated. There is a very recently, and in fact today also I just looked at that in on 25th August, the government of India has announced a startup accelerator programs. They have allocated 100 crores rupees for 3 years. It's a push, basically identify startup accelerators, and they are going to identify around 300 startups. These 300 startups will be given as basically the connectivity, customer connectivity, investor connectivity, and global immersions. So they will work as a mentor for these companies also. The government has announced around 100 crore rupees as a package for that. So all these pushing that rocket in this. So all these things are also happening. So there is we have a brain, we have a lot of intelligence, intellect that need to be exploited. So it requires an enabling environment. Things are being happening, things are changing, and all these things. So it's a basically new. Just I'll just conclude that keeping in mind all these challenges, and then basically now we find even the this Reliance Industries, they are coming up with a giga factories, 4 different giga factories. They are thinking in terms of energy value chain also. So this type of things are also happening. Even the decentralized this energy thing is a new model. It has a lot of scope for a country like India with a lot of diversity also. There are issues. So India is also coming up with a say one sun, one also come. India is a center for International Solar Alliance also. So even in case of a climate change also, number of things are happening. Lot of things changes are happening. So basically we need to use all these challenges. We need to look at our aspiration of youth people. Our issues of employment is very serious, very important. So how these things and opportunities globally provided, technologically provided, can be exploited to look at our own challenges. So there is a scope for this, lot of scope for this challenges. There is a lot of scope for these new models even in the education. We are extending knowledge. We want that knowledge should be provided to everyone. Universalization of health should be provided. So all these things are giving a lot of opportunities for new type of model. Fintech is a scope. We see that even the inclusiveness and the financial services should reach to all the peoples. So fintech is a very big areas that can be extended and can provide a lot of opportunities. Space, high tech, and defense also, a lot of things are happening. So I will just conclude that basically looking at the challenges, the new challenges provided by even in the COVID and earlier provided by the technology, even provided by the global shift and the climate change. All these challenges are pushing for a change in the business. I say these are the challenges. Some of these challenges have been clubbed in the sustainable development model also, where they talk about 17 goals, and some other things are also there. All these things provide a lot of scope for things to change. Entrepreneurs needs a push. Opportunities are there, so they need to think afresh with the new models. So business models are changing continuously, and in the coming days also they are going to change in a big way. And India is going to be a hub of startup industries. Lot of opportunism, I say basically optimism is there, and looking at the government's big push also, we see a good future for young people like you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for discussing challenges and opportunities for new business models. Transforming business models is key to unlocking new value for business, customers, and society in a post-COVID world. Only a minority of companies are today undertaking business model transformation. Your key insights, like providing marginal benefits through automation, process, or operating model shifts, are relevant. Before we wind up the session, let me just look into the chat box for certain questions now. All right. There is a question from Dr. Shishpal. Good evening, Professor. The Sensex is defying all laws of gravitation, which has touched 58,000 mark. All the sectors are underperforming, courtesy COVID. Stocks perform if industry performs. Sir, what is your interpretation of the contradiction?
You see that it's a result of a lot of liquidity in the market. A lot of money is coming. People and the world over, they see a opportunity in India. Right now, there may be issues. You see that COVID has given a big issue problems. There was a big decline in the GDP, but now we find a V-shaped recovery is visible also. Things are going to improve. So stock market, we know they move on the optimism. So they always see that the things are going to be better things. So it's a basically there is no other alternative interpretation except that a lot of money is there, a lot of new players have entered, and they see a positive things in happening whenever there is a issues. They when the market was declined, they saw an opportunity to pump money to capture this, and now the money from outside is also coming. Very easy money is coming, very easy liquidity is there. So I think all these things are pushing for to stock market, but it's a definitely it's a mismatch also. But looking at the stock market's behavior, past behavior also, it is all linked with the optimism. Maybe that you are not that optimistic looking at the things. The people who are investing, they are very optimistic.
Thank you, sir. Now there is a question by Dr. Rita Nagpal. She's asking. No, sir. Sir, this is from Professor Munib. She's asking that in your view, to what extent India is ready to take charge of the demands of international supply chain in case of delinking China? Professor Barai.
Okay, but thank you very much for the question. And how India is ready. I can speak a lot about India's position and how India is ready for that. And Professor Paul has already pointed out, in fact, if you look at his entire lecture, his entire discussion, he has pointed out that how India is prepared, but how India is ready. I mean, India preparation is at the government level and preparation at the public level is another issue. Well, to be very precise, I feel that India is a perfect alternative to China. Perfect. I mean, except few areas. Like when you look at China, it's a dictatorial society. It's a disciplined society. You just cannot raise your voice. So basic difference between India and China is basically democracy and dictatorship. China has dictatorship, one party rule. You just cannot voice any protest. You are silenced everywhere. On the other hand, India, because of the democracy, it has developed into a chaotic society. And we find nowadays a sort of jihadis, if I may use the term jihadi, a sort of techno-savvy people. They have entered, they like love to go to Twitter, they love to go to other spaces. And whatever the government is doing, they're protesting. They're always very negative minded. So I feel otherwise. Otherwise, India is prepared because, except of course, India's logistic issue, infrastructure issue is there. But I believe that government is trying to do that, address that issue. And India is probably constructing the mileage, miles, number of miles of road, which is the fastest in the world at the moment. Number of roads, kilometer construction of road, bridges and other things. So that is one part that India is, I believe, as I said, in terms of intelligence of the people, India has, in fact, a class of people, skilled people, though it may not be like China yet, but the gap is not mass. Immediately, India can pick up. So in terms of intelligence, in terms of skills is there, in terms of infrastructure, shortage is there. And another part, you might say, you believe me or not, or you may think differently or in this way. I think South India is moving. If you look at the modern India concept, modern India picture, South is leading. In fact, South is giving the impression that it is much more prepared than the North somehow. So that is there. So to answer the question, my belief is India is a perfect replacement of China in the post-COVID era, and India has to prepare for that. But the jihadi, local jihadi, who are against every step of the government for development, should be somehow contained. Otherwise, the external picture, because of these people who are very vocal, the image is not very good because of that factor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. There is one more question for Professor Muneem. Ms. Kavalpreet is asking, good evening, professors. Reducing the supply chain dependency on China might drive up costs of some products like electronics. Since China has an edge in manufacturing efficiency, wouldn't it impact consumption of these products negatively?
There lies the problem of China itself. Whether you are talking about electronics, yes, right at the moment, China has the cost advantage. China has other advantages, but China is also moving to a service industry, service sector economy. Okay, we find that inside China, I don't know what the impact of COVID at the moment. Inside China, there is a real problem of rising wages. It's a national phenomenon. If you look at China, so if Chinese wage rises, and if you look also at the context of appreciation of yuan, the Chinese currency, yuan is if you look at USA and other countries also, if you look at Japan, I think the position in terms of economic condition, China is much better placed, and there is a possibility of yuan's appreciation. So domestic, three things: domestic wage appreciation, wage increase in wage, movement of the society, or movement on the industrial side to service sector, and also appreciation of yen. If you combine all these factors, if all this together happens, definitely the cost factor in China will go up. And this is China's example, is basically the example of Japan of 1970s. If you look at Japan 1970s, after that, Japanese economy moved into service sector, with property prices went up, wages went up, yen appreciated. So all these symptoms are very much present in Chinese context as well. So if this happen, I probably believe that in the future, there are possibilities for other economies like India to benefit from it. And there is a real possibility of movement of the electronic sector to other economies, including India.
I would like to add. Should I?
Please, sir, go ahead.
My point is that nowadays we talk about economic development and national security together. Basically, you see in the life of a nations, all these moments comes where you are to take a decisions. If you are just thinking in terms of that the Chinese products are very cheaply available, so you go for that, you will not be able to develop your own industry in the country. And you will face a problems like as we face at the time of COVID also. So sometimes we have to take a decision also that to promote our own industries. And then when the large scale production will take place, over a period of time, the cost will also be there, scale economies, benefits will also come. So, but you will have to take a decisions. If you just think in terms of this, then China will exploit you, and they have been exploiting. They are eating you in the north, the way we have seen in the Galwan Valley and all these things. So we need to hit them also sometimes.
The Chinese issue, please keep in mind the bigger threat is coming from Afghanistan, probably, where the China-Pakistan axis is working.
Yes.
And in future, I believe that US is gone and other parties are gone. So I'm perceiving a much bigger threat from China from that side, Western sector, not from the Eastern or even Northern sector. So please keep take care of that part as well in mind.
It's a very, very, very important point. Basically, they say new access is emerging.
Yes.
Thank you to both the professors for the insights.
So I have a question to Professor Paul now. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, please ask.
Okay. So I already pointed out, Ms. When you're talking, you said that, national goal and mobilization of people. I mean, there should be synchronization, and if that synchronization is possible, and if people are encouraged or even motivated by the government to work together, I think that's the perfect case. But we find that the emergence of few powers, like in West Bengal, we have Mamata Banerjee. In Delhi, we have Kejriwal, and you have voted him twice, or might be for the third time you'll be voting him. And in the south, we have the Kerala government, and also we have, Stalin, probably another person has come up. And all these are populist person. They like to throw everything to the people. So when they are creating sort of anarchy, anti-development issues, and always extracting from the public exchequer, how this is going to help your national development purpose, national development goal? Thank you.
You are right. Basically, these are the issues. These are the challenges. But at the same time, you see that because they are giving a lot of negative narrative also, they are pushing for that. So it's a responsibility of the government also. I think there is some lacking on the part of government also. They should align with these people. They should talk with these peoples. And there are many people, many states, governments, they would like to talk to them and align also. There will be this type of problem will face in India. It's a very big, large countries, lot of diversity, lot of ideological issues, and basically because of this, the government in the center also, the people see it's a very big threat. So many people with no ideological linkages or thinking or similarities, they are also combining. So these jihadis, communists, and other forces, they are also combining. So I think it is a responsibility of the government. They should see the threat and that they should push for a positive narrative. So it's definitely a big challenge. They should accept that challenge and manage accordingly. And the politics, they say it's a management of all these diverse things, diversity and conflicting things.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, professors, for your detailed discussion, and thank you for your patience in answering the questions of our participants. So I would now like to introduce Professor Kijo Varis, who is currently a principal lecturer in Turku University of Applied Science, Finland. He has to his credit more than 13 research papers published in journals of repute, and has been a member of Strategic Management Society of Finland and Strategic Management Society Chicago. He's here to make some observations about the presentation that has happened. Of all the three sessions. So I welcome him. I welcome you, Professor Kijo Varis, to take the stage and address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Well, I come from a small country, and I have recognized that you have a lot of great scholars, not only in this conference and at your university, but in many other parts of India. So I don't know what to say, but I need to, I must be brave enough to say something from outsiders' point of view. And thank you for Dr. Meenakshi Kar that you invited me here. I know his husband, and maybe I tell a few words about his book later. But first, the professor started to explain that because the service sector in India has increased during the last decades, and now the COVID-19 hit for this service sector like hotel business or legal businesses, many people have become unemployed and poor. He really said that they have become poor. And he emphasized that you need to push demand somehow in your country, and you need to find a new kind of business model. And he told that new technologies push these business models, but that is not enough. So the point is that the national economy is not only like automatic machine of demand and supply and about prices of goods or services or costs of production factors, but if I understood correctly, and I agree that also the governments needs to have, and municipalities, as he told, needs to have an active role in developing new business models and societies. And as far as I know, India has had that kind of governments in the past and also in the present. But you need also governments to push economic development. And then this young woman, Rashi Chandra, CEO of this conversation platform for women, told about values and principles and desires. And she has focused on female travelers, and she told about one very important thing, which is trust. How to create trust in business. And without trust of travelers, no female travelers, they will not travel in India. And she tries to create trust among those people. And another thing was in her presentation that she has tried to be connected with the domestic and foreign partners and influencers. So it is important to have connections in your own country and international contacts too. And she emphasized the brand your brand and story. But in my opinion, in her presentation, the key point was trust. And remember that trust is on individual level, it is on business level, but it is also on societal, on society and in international level. So what kind of reputation, for example, the country has? And does the country enhance international trust or not? And then Mr. Professor Munim Kuman Barai handled very interesting global phenomenon, which is familiar to all of us, the over-dominance of China. And really, for example, we in Europe didn't had enough masks at the beginning of the COVID-19, and we were in a big trouble. So really we need own production, and also India needs own production. You have it much more than we have in Europe, but you need own production. And then Professor Kohl emphasized innovations, and you also mentioned the age structure of your country and your population, that you have a lot of young people. So the future of India is in innovations and in young people. But I would also add to that trust and security, and maybe I explain a bit later, what does it mean? So will we see really local production and decentralized production and supply chains in the world? I don't know. I'm a bit skeptical because that would also need international regulations and so on. And then you mentioned, Mr. Professor Barai mentioned a strange thing that South is more prepared to these new innovations than North in India, and that was very interesting. That was very interesting and important point. You discussed a bit about that. What does it mean in India? But that is really something which I would like to hear more in the future from you or somebody else. And one more thing, or two more things. Well, this internet trade has expanded a lot, and Alibaba is one of the biggest players in that field. And I checked, it is owned by a man from China, and he has been in trouble with the Chinese government. But anyway, it is a Chinese company and private company owned by one man. Okay, what kind of web pages they have? I checked that they had two sentences there: large suppliers base plus quality products at low prices. Well, what else? They forget one more thing, that is trust. So will people from Western countries, from Europe and from America and elsewhere want to buy from or use Alibaba? Depends totally on trust. So the point is that trust is needed in new business models, and you need to create trust. So I'm afraid to say this, but lately we have got half of the Finnish population had got fake calls from England, and these people have spoken Indian accent, and they have claimed that hackers have taken our computers. So they call from Microsoft. They claim that they are from Microsoft, that we need to take a new program which share our screens with them, and somebody has done that, and they have lost their money from their bank accounts. So I'm not blaming India for that, but creating trust is very important. I mean, for example, to fight against that kind of criminals. So ICT and e-commerce and that sort of new business models and things, they create a new business opportunities, but also great threats. So how to build trust? And now I come to the end, and I use this opportunity to inform you about quite new book. It is only 1 year old, and it is edited by Rabi Kar and Kaisa Sorsa from Finland. Rabi Kar is from Delhi, and Kusa Tiwari from Delhi. Responsible Business Professionals: A Strategic Perspective of the Global Challenges. And this is done by cooperation with people from Europe, from Finland, and with the Delhi. And this book has many chapters, but I only mention one chapter here, chapter 5, Legal Rules of Responsible Business. The examples of India and Finland. So legislation, not only national legislation, but international legislation, trade rules and so on, has important role. What is allowed in global business and global supply chains? Could we discuss internationally, for example, very openly, as we discussed here, for example, in the United Nations and so on, has China too dominant role, and what is the risk for that? So that was that, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. One more thing, when I look at the picture of, not picture of Professor Spano from Italy, he has another kind of picture. It is a view from Italy, and they have a nice buildings there. So we from Europe, and especially those people from Italy, they represent old and nice views and buildings. But on the other hand, it seems that Europe represents also rules and regulations for example, for responsible business, and especially in climate change and etc. I'm not very fascinated about that, but on the other hand, it seems that Europe tries to enhance trust and responsibility in this world, no matter what does it cost. I don't know, is it wise or not? But anyway, it seems that that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Waris, for your detailed observations about the first session. You aptly underpinned the latent key aspects associated with each of the three sessions. We would definitely go back and read the chapter on legal issues of responsible businesses in India and Finland that you talked about just now. So thank you once again. Moving ahead, we have gathered enough fruitful thought from the first session and hope this session to be as enriching for all of us. The first speaker with us for this session is Professor Alessandro Spano. Professor Spano is a full professor of business economics at the Department of Economic and Business Sciences at the University of Cagliari, Italy. He currently serves as the president of the International Business Studies Exchange Network, a consortium of 10 universities from 10 different countries. He's an author and co-author of about 40 among papers in international peer-reviewed journals. He participated to several international conferences worldwide, and he's a member of the International Research Society for Public Management. I would now request Professor Spano to take the stage and address the gathering. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much for your very nice introduction. And before starting my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers of this symposium, Dr. Meenakshi Kar in particular, and the college that is hosting this symposium. I'm going to share my presentation with you, if I may. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. Yes, so I will try to keep it short because we have heard a lot of interesting things. My presentation is going to be about a specific topic. The previous presentations focused on important topics such as supply chain, such as the interactions among different countries. From my point of view, I would like to focus on a more, let's say, micro level aspect, which is the way companies deal with some, let's say, even daily problems, daily aspects that affect their activity. I come from a country which is quite well known for having a very high number of small and medium enterprises. We also have like micro enterprises. And so some of them might be more interested in learning about how to change their business models on a practical point of view, on things that they can have an impact on. So this is the brief summary of my presentation. And more in particular, I will try to focus on one aspect, which is the smart working and the way smart working affected and is affecting and will continue to affect the activity of our companies. I will also try to say a few words about the public sector, because the role of the public sector has emerged to be still important even today. As we know, the pandemic has brought a lot of changes. One presenter before said that some things will change, some other things will not change, at least not so easy. But from my point of view, we have the opportunity to understand what changes can be beneficial for our companies and also for our public organizations. And we have already seen that the economic and social impact of the pandemic have been huge. You all know that after China, probably Italy has been the first country severely hit by the pandemic. We have had an enormous amount of casualties. The situation now in Italy is getting better, but we're still not over the pandemic. And the news from yesterday are that the economic growth in Italy is really significant. Our Ministry of Economics said that we expect a growth of about 6% compared to the previous year. Of course, we compare it to a year in which the situation was particularly difficult, but still there are some signals of an economy which is, let's say, in good health for the moment, at least. And so we try to understand how we can learn from what has happened and change to some extent forever some of our business models, at least in some of the aspects. We have seen that we have new requests for business models, but also new requests for new services. So customers are asking something different. For those of you, I guess most of us who have experienced the lockdown, we have seen that today we also have different housing needs. You know, the market for the real estate is changing. At least here in Italy, I don't know much about your countries. There is an increasing demand for larger houses, at least with one more room, because most people are expected to keep on working from home much more than before. At the same time, we have new opportunities. For instance, we have some small towns and villages which are offering, let's say, some services for workers. Instead of commuting and going to work in large cities, you can easily work elsewhere. And to some extent, this offers small towns and villages an opportunity because living there costs less, and they can fight the diminution of the population because people may work in those places as well. And then we are facing also some companies without physical offices. This is an interesting and growing phenomenon. Some companies, not just small companies, but also medium and large companies, are starting to develop, starting to grow without even having one single physical office, because working online allows also this. Other aspect that I'm not going to investigate is, for instance, new requests for home deliveries, also for food, because people have realized that these can be done. So not just during the pandemic, but probably even in the future. And as I told you, I'm not just interested in private companies, but also in public organizations as well, because also public organizations have faced important changes, and they are to some extent fighting to understand how they can learn from what has happened. I'm not completely sure that we have learned. The Italian Ministry of Public Administration has just announced a limit in the maximum amount of people and days a week in which public workers can work remotely, which I think is a mistake. I think that, as I will try to talk to you about, the potentials of smart working are much larger than these. So I have tried, as it is my habit, to start with some data, to browse about data on smart working. And I found several studies discussing the effect of smart working, for instance, on productivity. I can anticipate that most studies demonstrate, or at least show, that those companies and those public organizations which have used in a significant way smart working have increased their productivity. So this is a data which is, in my opinion, very important and very interesting. And we can start from some of this data to try to understand what's going on and what we can expect in the future. Of course, all studies highlight opportunities and critical aspects, because not everything is nice, not everything is good. And so we need to study to understand how we can shape new business models and also new internal organizational models for our public and private organization. This first study, which has been made in 2020, is an interesting study because the authors surveyed a group of workers by replicating a similar survey made 7 years before. They basically interviewed people, asking them what they thought about a list of 6 categories of activities that you can see listed below. Okay, so they asked them several questions related to the way they feel about smart working. It's interesting to note some of the aspects which emerge from the survey. For instance, the people say that they spend 12% less time in large meetings and 9% more time in interacting with customers and other partners. I think this is an interesting aspect because sometimes we tend, or some companies tend to forget that the real value lies in customers. Something similar we could say for public organizations, because the real value lies in the capacity of public organization to satisfy public needs, okay? And also the use of smart working has highlighted that people feel more responsible for scheduling their activities. So they are, to some extent, more able to prioritize what they have to do, which is really interesting because people want to be architect of their working activities, okay? And they also believe that what they do to some extent is more interesting. And so the overall impression from this data is that there is a significant and positive effect on productivity. These pictures give us some other idea of what happened as a result of the pandemic. Consider that this survey was made in 2020, so it was, let's say, 1 year ago. So many things might have changed already. So the most important things, as I said already, is that there's been this increase in the activities devoted to, let's say, external aspect. I can skip this from the moment. The same study highlighted some problems when people work online. For instance, the most problematic aspect relates to starting something new. Okay, so when you are already working on something, moving from physical presence to online activity is relatively easy. But this survey shows that when you start something new, and also, for instance, when you are creating a new team or you want to develop something new, that could be a problem if you only do that online. And the same is for internal conflicts, which normally arise in public and private organizations. When you have to talk to somebody face-to-face, probably you are more able to solve that specific problem. And also the relationships between you and your bosses, or between you and your subordinates, might be a bit more difficult, as well as for growth opportunities. Because in some cases, people were used to be, let's say, put in front of a problem and ask to solve a problem. And so that could create less opportunities for growth if everything happens online. Another study that you can see here cited in 2021 highlight similar benefits. The highest benefit in working remotely is the ability to be more flexible. So you can have a more flexible schedule. To some extent, you can manage, as you can see below, your work and your family, your personal activity. And so flexibility to some extent is emerging as one of the most important benefits when people work remotely. And so not only in terms of flexible schedules, but also in terms of working from anywhere. So people are free, provided that they have a good internet connection, of course, but these are the main benefits coming from this study. This study is also interesting because it allows us to make a comparison between prior COVID-19 and after COVID-19. And there are some differences in the answers that they got. For instance, before COVID-19, schedule flexibility was to some extent particularly important. It decreased in terms of importance after COVID-19. And the main aspect for people after COVID-19 is that they don't have to commute. In particular, in large cities, the need to commute is affecting people's decisions, even to choose a specific job. So when people have to spend hours in commuting every day, that is now recognized to be something which is not necessarily something that you have to do. Probably what has changed with COVID-19 is that the pandemic demonstrated that you can work from different places. So the request to go to work in a physical office every day is probably today not considered to be, something necessarily positive. The biggest struggles where people work remotely, the first one is interesting. People feel like they are not able to stop working. I don't know if you have felt the same sensation. Personally, I felt this sensation last year at the beginning of the pandemic. In Italy, it started about beginning of March, and I had never experienced something like that. I was used to go to my office, where I am today, by the way, every day. So finding myself at home was something like strange. And to some extent, I felt like I was guilty if I stopped working at a certain point of the day. So I think that we need to be educated, and companies need to learn how to educate their workers in terms of understanding these differences. There are other aspects. I would like to mention loneliness, because I will go back to this aspect later. And so there are also some critical aspects when people work from home. Other critical aspects are indicated here. Some of them are I've already mentioned. And so loneliness and difficulties in communication and collaboration emerge also as an important aspect. In particular, this element, the collaboration and communication element, has seen a growth together with the difficulty to stop working compared to the situation prior to the pandemic COVID-19. This is interesting. These pictures are interesting when we want to understand how our company could and should change their internal organization, if you like, which in turn may affect also their business model. In the first picture, the vast majority of people think that they will keep on working at least some of their time online for the rest of their working life. So the majority of the people expect this to happen. And they also recommend remote working to other people. So people who have experienced remote working continue to believe it is a good experience. Of course, we're not saying that you are going to work remotely 100% of your time, because most of the people believe that there should be a mix between working online and working in physical presence. And so this is interesting. To a specific question, would you like to work remotely at least some of the time for the rest of your career? As I said, the large majority of the people answered yes, and even before the pandemic, actually. So probably the pandemic has simply consolidated this belief of the people. I can skip this. And this is also something that I already mentioned. People really believe that they are working more when they work remotely, and just a small portion of the people, 13%, answer that they are working less. Probably we should give this picture to some of our politicians, at least in Italy, because there is this idea that working remotely probably allows people to work less, which is exactly the reverse, at least according to these studies. This other survey is quite interesting because it surveyed people from 80 nations, and 62% of businesses worldwide declare they have a flexible workspace policy. Of course, you may have a very different situations from one place to another, but the overall data is quite interesting. And it's also interesting that smart working has been included in national legislations in several countries that you can see here. In my country as well, we have a legislation for the promotion of smart working, and to some extent for trying to increase the use of smart working. And 3 out of 4 people believe that flexible working is now the new normal. I was trying to connect my presentation to the topic, the title of this symposium, the new normal. So a lot of people include this aspect in their idea of new normality. This study shows that up to 20% of increase in productivity is linked to the use of flexible or smart working. Actually, flexible is not the same as smart working because the two definitions may be a little bit different, but for this presentation, we can use them as a synonym. And it's interesting, the second point, which has an impact on the activity that companies do to attract and retain top workers. Top workers in terms of the best employees or the most critical employees for a specific kind of activity, like to be able to choose among remote working or remote physical presence. Top workers, in some cases, according to this study, may reject a work offer if it does not include the opportunity to have smart working. So this is something that companies should consider very carefully when they design their recruiting policies. Smart working can also improve diversity in the workforce, which we know is at least in some cases, an important strategy to increase productivity and also profitability. And also we can have a reduction of overheads because companies pay less for offices, for energy, for many other aspects. And so there is also an economic implication coming out from the use of smart working. And also from the point of view of employees, we have reduced commuting time that I have already mentioned in another study. These are some aspects that surveyed people mention when they talk about flexible working. And so this is the definition, the difference between smart working and flexible working. flexible working is a broader concept in which not just working from where you like is important, but also other aspects are really, really important. This picture shows the situation of different countries, which I thought was interesting. For instance, you can say in Japan, over 80% of the people consider flexible working to be the new normal. As this symposium is hosted by India, you might be interested in learning that 77% of the people interviewed in your country believe that this kind of work is the new normality. In terms of the type of location, there was a specific question which I think was quite interesting, which points to the conditions, if you like, in which the workers work. And also, this question highlight that we should consider also the specific work environment to perform the specific activities. So depending on what you do, also the conditions in which you work should be different in order to increase productivity. Okay. And in particular, I found particularly important this aspect. Companies should consider more carefully that the place and the conditions in general where people work are particularly important. So not just in terms of letting people work where they want, but also to provide people with the right tools, with the right conditions to perform their activities in the most productive way. There are also critical aspects linked to the use of flexible working. It's interesting that privacy is not the most, and also data security is not the most, let's say, controversial aspect, while changing a long-standing and non-flexible working culture is considered to be one of the most critical aspects, which is very important because, for instance, as I was mentioning before in Italy, now that we hopefully are approaching, let's say, a situation in which the virus is a little bit less dangerous, in my opinion, is still very dangerous, but the general idea is that the situation is improving. We are facing a growing request to go back to the previous life, which I think is to some extent kind of a mistake. And so changing this culture is an important aspect, which is not something that we should take for granted. I can skip. How much time do I have left?
You can continue.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so this is an interesting evidence coming out from this survey. 85% of the respondents believe that they have seen an increase in productivity as a result of this working flexibility, which is in line with the previous study. And as I mentioned before at the beginning of my presentation, most studies highlighted the same evidence, an increase in productivity in terms of as a consequence of smart working. Of course, we should see how this increase in productivity has been measured, because some of these studies did not provide all the details to understand how productivity has been measured. And in some cases, it is just a qualitative result in terms of an answer to a specific question. So it's something that should be investigated more deeply. And this is also interesting in terms of shaping future strategic recruiting policies for our companies. To some extent, I've already mentioned this aspect from a previous study. And so today, people, when they are going to choose among different job offer, if they have more than one, of course, they say they wouldn't choose an offer which didn't give them the opportunity to be more flexible in the terms that we have seen, okay? And so this is very interesting, because when we want, for instance, to think of recruiting young people, recruiting top performers, this is something that is really particularly sensitive. And if we did not consider that, that would be, in my opinion, a serious mistake, and several people would choose another company to work for. This other study is a study which has been made in North America and the UK, investigated 300 companies about the impact of remote working in their hiring strategy, because also hiring strategies are changing as an effect of the pandemic to some extent. So the way companies recruit people is changing. For instance, 57% of employers, they report that remote working policies will be more flexible after the pandemic. So things will keep on changing. And 48% are now more interested in remote work than before. And it's also interesting that despite the crisis, these people said that 68% of the companies surveyed were still actively hiring, which is an interesting aspect. The benefits of of hiring people remotely are large. For instance, we have more diverse candidates. People from different places can participate, and it's easy because you do it online. And so if you have to move, you do it later if you really need to move. It's also that the candidates prefer to be hired online. And also you have access to a larger amount of top tech talents, as we have seen before. We can skip this. Some interviewees had some concerns related to being interviewed only online. For instance, you don't grasp the culture of the company, or it's going to be more difficult to, let's say, have a good relationship with the people who are interviewing you. But at the same time, tech talent, they said it's okay. They don't have any problems about remote interviews. We can skip this. I would like to go to some conclusions, if you like. As you have seen, I've skipped the last slide because to some extent they confirm what I already told you about the results of the impact, if you like, of the pandemic and the smart working activities on companies and public organizations' activity. What emerged, in my opinion, is that those organizations that were ready in terms of having invested more in organizing themselves for smart working, when the pandemic struck, they were ready for that, more ready for that. I just give you an example. The Bank of Italy was ready for another reason, because in 2018, a very bad snow storm hit Rome. And so everything was blocked. So from that moment, the Bank of Italy decided that they needed to be ready for any other event that would prevent people from going to work. So when the pandemic hit, they were ready. So that demonstrates that when you are investing in terms of changing your internal organization, you are more ready to adapt yourself to a new situation like the pandemic. Other companies have already done something like that. For instance, Microsoft in the Australian Sydney headquarters, since 2012, moved to activity-based working. It's an interesting expression, which is based on the idea that work is a thing you do, not a place you go. And so that brought to several changing that go also beyond what is called hot desking, which is simply a situation in which you have a limited number of seats and desks, and you don't have your own office, your own desk. For instance, here at university, I guess also in your universities, you are used to have your own desk, your own room, okay? So if you are, I don't know, a full professor, maybe you have your own single room, or you can share a room with other people, but still you have your own desk. And that is a situation of the hot desking in which you don't have your own desk. But with activity-based working, we go much farther than that. And for instance, Microsoft, they declared they invested a lot in creating a culture of trust. The word trust has been mentioned before, and I think it applies even here, because when people don't work in your place, you have to find ways to increase the level of trust you have in terms of towards your employees, but also you need to have different measurement of performance, different ways to measure performance, which should be based on outcomes rather than time spent, okay? Measuring the time you spend in an office is easy. Everybody badges every day, and you can measure exactly how much time every person spends at work. But this is not measuring performance. So one of the effects, I think, of the pandemic is that we probably understood a bit better that measuring performance is really important. And other benefits that come from smart working is that we can improve employee satisfaction. We can reduce attrition rates and reduce commuting time. And also the other benefits in terms of also more sustainability are very important, and companies should study these benefits a bit better in terms of working with the employees to increase their satisfaction. And one of the problems that I mentioned before, which is loneliness, if you like, or limited social interaction, interestingly, is already finding some sort of solution. Browsing the internet, I found this website which offers, it's interesting, a kind of a digital coffee break. So might be silly, but probably they found an opportunity to offer a service which people start to ask. So if you work every day online, if you work every day remotely, you need to find some moments in which you talk with your colleagues in order to reduce this physical distance. There is another risk, which probably is under investigated. The risk is that with a wider use of remote working, there might be an increase in social gap. Some people say, and this study says that remote work is not for everybody. Some social classes probably use remote working less, and that can generate a problem. Going to the conclusion, my opinion is that the pandemic brought significant changes, some of which may be expected to be there forever. Other aspects probably will not be there forever, but for sure, we cannot ignore these changes. My opinion is that private and public organizations, regardless of the dimension, so large, medium, and also small organizations, should study this aspect and try to understand how they can use them to be more competitive in the business market. And we should try to adapt our business models and our internal organizations considering these aspects. Of course, we need to understand what can be done remotely and what cannot be done remotely. I'm not saying that everything can be done remotely. Of course, it depends on what you have to do. And finally, I believe that corporate strategies should be aligned with the needs of the employees, because this is something that we should learn how to do. Finally, remote working generates savings for the companies, but we should be careful in not, let's say, asking our workers to pay for that. For instance, when we work from home, we pay for energy, we pay for internet connection, we might need to pay for many other things. And so these additional costs should be at least shared with the workers. And this is something that I really think is one of the most critical aspects. Remote working, in my opinion, revealed possible lack of managerial skills in both the private and the public sector, because when you work remotely, you need to be really able to organize your subordinates' work, to plan and to measure and to evaluate performance. So I think that this is my final message for you, and probably I would like to comment a little bit more on that. One of the effects of smart working as an effect of the pandemic is that we need to focus on managerial skills. Thank you very much for your patience, and I have concluded my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Spano, for such an informative talk. Your lecture discussed if COVID-19 impacted the public and private sector organizations alike. Both these entities have learned to adapt to the changing environment requirements posed by the recent outbreak of pandemic. We understood that this health crisis has requested for new forms of services, focusing on new interaction forms, new housing needs owing to the decreased demand for housing, office space, etc. With the recent empirical researches, you also revealed how flexible working or activity-based working is being accepted by people across the globe and how it is impacting their productivity. Thank you once again for such an informative session. Now I would like to introduce the next speaker of today's session, Professor Slechna, who is currently a full professor of marketing management at Integrated Business Faculty and Scientific Advisor at the Integrated Business Institute, North Macedonia. She has traveled and lectured extensively at several universities throughout the Europe and India. Through the years, she has worked in several companies as planning analysis manager, journalist and TV show editor, marketing director of a business journal, and a founder and director of a consulting company. I would now like to welcome Professor Slechna to delve deeper into the theme of today's symposium. I welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself. You are on mute.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my colleagues Meenakshi, to be part from this symposium to share my presentation with respected colleagues. I now to be host because I like to attach my presentation.
Meenakshi? You are co-host, you can present it. You are co-host, ma'am, you can present it.
You are a co-host, you can present it.
Yes. It is okay. You see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I will start with defining digital divide in the economy in the company. Before crisis, companies were digitally in analytic mature outperform competitors then hadn't built digital and analytical capability. For leaders which invest, pandemic has clearly been accelerated. COVID crisis has only widened gap between industry leaders and leaders. Some apparel, fashion in luxury company will not survive current crisis, but others will appear better position for future. Decliner in purchase intent of 70 to 80% in offline and 30 to 40% on online in Europe and North America, even in countries that haven't been under full locking. E-commerce is clearly not offsetting sales declines in story, but nevertheless, it has been a lifeline for fashion brands, and a story have been shattered. Customer behaviors and preferred interaction have changed significantly, and they will continue to shift. Customers scale back their shopping in store and instead go online. For example, in China, online shopping has increased 15 to 20% points. In Italy, e-commerce has increased 81% compared with last week in February. US consumers have largely followed the same pattern. 75% of people use digital channels for first time, what indicate that they will continue to use them when things return to normal. To see picture in Macedonia for e-commerce. Company that in past before pandemic worked on preparation for innovation in transformation use most of the potential. Biggest increase in online shopping is in food or everyday product. Habits of paying bills online for electricity, telecommunication service, and water have also changed significantly. Clothing, sport equipment, fashion with reduced dynamic. New business opportunity for company. Company have responded quickly to new digital customer behavior by establishing new products such as mortgage, deferral and crisis-related insurance, or shifting customer interaction to online channels. For example, sales of bikes have jumped nearly 66%, and LinkedIn has reported more increase in the time spent learning. Free time for people are changing due to social distancing measures, and again, these habits are likely to be sustained. More than health, 61% plan to continue watching more news after the outbreak, while 55% will prioritize more time with family. This trend is reflected in the type of apps that consumers are downloading related to entertainment, news, healthcare, and education. New normal digital efforts toward changing customer expectation. Establishing full first company need to establish full e-commerce business, so that online business to be interconnected across all functions: warehousing, merchandising, marketing, customer support, etc. Companies are accelerating the shift to digital channel with intention under new public rules to ensure security for customers. For example, automobile manufacturing now handle fashion traditional performance by dealer, such as trade, financing, service, and home delivery of cars. Airlines are rapidly reinventing the passenger experience with contactless journeys focused on the travel, health, and safely to make customers feel comfortable flying again. Number of trends. For example, people doing virtual dinner party, drink, and playing games in post-COVID world named Next Normal. Could make digital and analytic play an ever more important roles. Rapid migration to digital technology driven by pandemic will continue into recovery. Company must establish partnership between IT and business in the new business model. Other after coronavirus crisis, company who want to success in the digital web recovery and across digital channels to win revenue race must quickly reset their digital agents to meet new customer needs, shore up their decision support system, and adapt their organization model to operate at high effective speed. With offline shopping collapsing, companies' strategy will need to focus on the fortifying their web presence and, in same case, building an online business. Company will need to have numerous employees with right technical skills and commitment to continuously upgrade these skills to offer new products that reflect new customer needs, for instance, health and prevention, increase technical potential for automation in financial service and insurance. The company must increase this focus, their focus on digital versus traditional tools to engage with customer and change their experience. I finish with my presentation. Some question?
Himanshi, if there are questions, we can ask.
Yes, ma'am. Before I ask the questions, I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Slechna to delve deeper into today's theme and for a wonderful lecture. Ma'am, you rightly talked of digital divide and how the digital efforts on businesses, on part of the businesses, can change customer expectations. The businesses need to redefine their strategies, reposition themselves in the market and in the minds of the consumers, and need to rebuild the products and services if they want to survive this post-COVID scenario. Thank you so much once again, ma'am. And I would just go through the chat box. Just look through the chat box.
In the meantime, I share with the people present here that I'm really grateful Slechna joined in today. She and her family has been suffering from COVID for last almost 3 weeks, and she was not in a position. And I'm really grateful that eventually she decided to talk today. I could see that she was very uncomfortable. Thank you, Slechna, once again for having spared your
Thank you,
time, and
Meenakshi.
even during this illness, you have kept your promise.
So, ma'am, as far as this session is concerned, there are no questions so far. But there is one question. I think that question has been asked by Paras, and that question is for Professor Spano. And if Professor Spano allows, I can just read out that question for him. Okay.
That's okay, no problem.
Okay. So, sir, he asks, in my opinion, because of the limitations of economics and statistics, isn't there is a manipulation of so-called COVID-19 data being presented to the world? Like, because of oil price crisis in 2020, the oil-dependent economies like India, they have benefited a lot. And there was a study that said that oil price crash in India is benefited by almost 65 billion US dollar. I mean, the benefit that arose, that kind of came out of that oil price crisis was 65 US billion dollars. And secondly, as earlier asked, the stock market is touching the new heights because people are investing. So there is movement of savings back into the economy, and wealth transfer from workers to billionaires was also very huge. Like there was about wealth transfer of 3.5 trillion US dollars. So we already know that there would be a V-shaped recovery. So, I mean, sir, any observation and any comments to this?
Well,
question?
I can briefly comment on that. First of all, I'm not an expert on some of the topics related to the price of the oil market. What I think is that the pandemic highlighted that we've been overwhelmed by data. I wouldn't exclude that some of the data were not accurate. And I wouldn't also exclude that some of the decisions that have been taken from a political point of view were influenced by those data. But I think that our duty as people who study, who make research, is to investigate those data to understand whether or not the decisions that are taken have a solid ground. So I cannot comment on the effect of the price of oil, but for sure, what I can say is that every crisis, in some cases, increases the gaps. One thing that I can mention is that ICT companies or some companies working online, like Amazon, for instance, they have increased significantly their profit. So during the crisis, some people earn much more, some companies earn much more than others. So this is something that, in my opinion, should be studied much more deeply. For the rest of the comments in the question, this is not my field of research, so sorry, I cannot comment more than this.
Himanshi, Kavita ma'am has joined in.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, there's one more question so there's one more question to you from one of our colleagues, Mr. Arun Kumar. And he wants to know that, like you mentioned, because of this new normal phenomenon, there must be changing productivity. I mean, the productivity must have changed because of factors like working from home, giving more time to family, and reduction in traveling time and commutation time. So, sir, due to this change in productivity, so what impact will it have on the cost of the company?
Yeah, I also asked the person who posed this question if I was referring to the cost for the company or the cost for the employees. Broadly speaking, for the companies, that could be an important saving. There may be a reduction of the cost. However, one of the things that I didn't mention in my presentation is that companies should invest more in how can I say, in building the right infrastructure for their workers, meaning this. Imagine if I live in a city in which I have a very poor internet connection. Okay, if my company wants me to work online or work remotely, it should provide me with some help in order to overcome this situation. And also, in some cases, people working from home don't have the right, how can I say, setting to work from home. So broadly speaking, my answer is yes, company will save money by increasing the amount of people working from home. But I think that companies should, how can I say, at least share a portion of these savings with the workers and allow them to create the right condition to work from home. So savings, but the most important aspect for me is not saving, is an increase in productivity, which I think is particularly important, more important than just saving money.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for your replies.
Hi, Hima, may I ask a question if you have time, then I can.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may continue. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I have a question to Professor Spano first, and second question I have already written the question to other professor. So Professor Spano, you're talking about the productivity, and that's good. First thing is, do you think this productivity is a lasting phenomenon or it's a short-term phenomenon? Because we believe that if you start utilizing a system, it cannot grow continuously, and there is a limit, and how soon the limit will come. That is the first question. And second question could be related, maybe unrelated. What about the health hazard or health pandemic coming to the human society because of working from home? Thank you.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable on the first question. I agree with you. We cannot increase productivity forever. Okay, so there will be a moment in which the productivity curve will stop growing. Okay, but I think that before we reach that point, we still have a lot of way to do. I mean, I think that the possibilities to increase productivity is high, very high. And so even if I agree with you that it will not continue to grow for decades, but still the margins for this growth of productivities are big. And as I said, not just in the private sector, but in the public sector as well. For instance, as I mentioned before, in some cases in Italy, we are doing a big mistake. We are going back. It seems like we have not learned from the pandemic about the benefits of smart working. In my opinion, we should look for a mixed situation in which, for instance, you go to work for, I don't know, 3 days a week or whatever, it's good for you, and 2 days a week or 1 day a week or 1 day every month, I don't know, whatever, you go and meet your colleagues. And this is related to probably your second question, the health impact of this, if I understood correctly. For instance, I personally am coming to my office at university every day. And you know why? Not because I don't work in the right way at home, but because to some extent I also feel like going out from my flat. I live in a flat. I don't live in a multi-million-dollar villa. Okay, it's a large flat compared to today's. So it's a big flat. I have my own studio at home, so I am okay, but still I need to go out. And also my wife is also working at home. And we both do a lot of online meetings. And even if we work in separate rooms, we disturb each other a little bit. So I think that the effect on the health are more at, let's say, mental aspect. And also, to some extent, we need to confront with other colleagues. We need to talk to other people. For instance, I learn a lot from my colleagues when we have a coffee together. We keep on working, basically. We talk about our research. We share ideas. So I think that that is another aspect that we should consider. But more than that, I think that we should ask people. I ask Munim, where would you prefer to stay? Would you prefer to stay home or you prefer to come back to the office? I think that that is the key. And of course, every now and then, in any case, probably we should meet and discuss. So working from, working from home only can have a big impact on the mental health of people, I think. I know a lot of people who have a lot of problems in not going to work, but I'm not a doctor, so I cannot say more than this.
Okay, is there any age segregation when the preferences were taken? Age segregation and preferences whether to work at home or whether to go to the office for working?
That could be. But one of the things that we should consider is that we don't live in the same conditions. For instance, if I lived in a 40 square meter apartment with other 2 or 3 people, how could I possibly work from home? Okay. And we all have experienced situations in which our kids just popped in our office where we were having a chat or a meeting or whatever. It happened to me when I was having exams with my students. My cats jumped on my desk, okay? But if you lived in a very small flat, if you have a lot of people living with you, how can you possibly get concentrated? So I think that we should explore this aspect. So there's a problem of segregation, but probably there's a problem of growing gaps between people, I think. This is one of the risks.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. So next, it's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Professor Kavita Sharma, who is currently a professor of marketing at Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business Studies, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. In the past, she has been the head and dean of the Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. She has a teaching experience of more than 35 years and has contributed more than 30 publications in national and international journals of repute. She is a member of professional bodies like Academy of Marketing Science and Economic Advisory Committee. I would now request Professor Sharma to share her detailed insights on the topic. I welcome you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I must seek an apology that I could not join the seminar right from the beginning. And due to my preoccupation, the organizer had to do some amount of shuffling and the reshuffling. But I think this is what I could give because of being engaged at so many places, and the meeting I was being stuck in, that was getting delayed. It's still continuing, but I sought an apology from there because I cannot let this forum to wait and get delayed because of my absence. So my thanks to the college, to the organizer, and specifically Dr. Meenakshi for reaching out to me to talk or to deliver my thoughts on this topic. I think she talked to me almost a month back. That was the time when they were planning. And in the meantime, I must admit that for today's meeting, the selection committee, it just slipped out of my mind that I've already given a time to the college. So that was a little bit of a mistake on my part. So I have to seek apology for that. The topic is really interesting. Before I switch on to the topic, let me just share a small story. Is that visible? Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. The screen is visible.
All right. Let me just. So this is a small story which I want to share. This is a story of a boy who is living in our vicinity, and he is of the age of my sons. He is an engineer by profession, and he was working with IBM 2 years back. And then he decided to shift his job in a pre-COVID times. And he took almost 1 month joining time. In the meantime, the COVID happened. The new company didn't let him to join. And the COVID landed him with the situation of no job at hand. So he was struggling. And of course, with all the person of his age, his friends, everybody was working except him. So that was a time when he decided that he started trying his hand with making pizzas, because he had to keep him engaged. So he was entertaining his family, getting himself busy in the kitchen because everybody was locked in the house. So his family started appreciating his pizzas. So a thought came to him that why not to start with the cloud kitchen. There's a new concept, which is a delivery-based business model. So it was beginning of 2020 that he started this cloud kitchen, and with all his, I would say, his easily at hand resources in terms of manpower, in terms of other resources. And then, of course, for tasters also, he reached out to his friends. So everybody contributed. And gradually, like he was supplying pizza, the time starting somewhere around 10 o'clock in the night till 4 o'clock in the morning. Because that was a time when most of the people staying at home, or the people of his age, they were keeping awake. They were all busy in watching movies, and they want something to eat. So why not to have something to eat? So he stuck at the right time, and gradually he picked up. He improvised in his. He brought in some new taste, some new pizzas which were liked by the people of his age. And gradually, yesterday only we had ordered a pizza, and it was brilliant. And then I just came to know that now he's thinking of moving out, and he's thinking of setting up his another outlet somewhere in Mohali side, and then planning the next one. So it came to my mind that we are talking about emerging business models, and cloud kitchen is one of the business model which has emerged very strongly during this time. That's totally a delivery-based business model. And he was of the view that that if I be making good pizzas, okay, something which is of a good quality, good in taste, good in ingredients, something which is fresh, people are going to like it, people are going to prefer it. And he was very firm in his idea, and his idea worked for him. And now he is getting his then he used the Zomato, and now he's placed on the Zomato. He's getting his order from the Zomato. He's getting the orders from a direct orders also. So his business now he is expanding, and now he is thinking of adding up new other. He's training other people also, and sometime in November he's thinking that he will be taking out time, and then he'll be checking out, testing out that how the people whom he have trained, they can actually bring out the same kind of a product, the taste. So this is one like a kind of a business model which we see it is happening. Primarily the delivery based model. And in fact, if we just see that the existing businesses which were running so good, but pandemic has made them to think about that how to improvise. They have also turned out to be primarily the delivery-based models. Roping in, like if you see that all our cab aggregators, they came up with the new facility wherein you just it's a scooters on hire you can have, and you have to send some parcel to your friend. You can just pay 50 rupees and your parcel will be delivered. I just forgot the name of that vertical. So all those existing companies who were stuck up their businesses, who were stuck up with their cash flows, they started thinking in terms of how best they can reach out to their customers, keeping in view, taking care of all the COVID challenges and the realities of the COVID times. So it was that time that we were just thinking about like why not to write a paper on why not to think write something or read about OTT platforms. And then we did a small research on OTT platform, because this was a very, very significant thing which has happened as a result of COVID. Protocols, of course, they disrupted everyone, and they disrupted, I think, each one of us in varied respects, and how we can entertain ourselves. Because the way we used to entertain, that was something which was going out and meeting out the friends, everything got restricted. So the entertainment industry, it evolved. And it's a classic, we can say, the classic case which emerged over the last 2 years period, and it is growing, it is thriving. But the point is that how it is going to be in the post-pandemic, once the things will return to the normal, as the topic says, the new normal phenomena. So initially, what we did that we studied some general, like the OTT platforms in general, trying to know about how they dealt with, how they have taken care of the pandemic time. So there's a few data which I would like to talk about here before I come down to my topic. Particularly the e-commerce, during this time, it increased by 40% during this time itself. That was sometime in the early 20, early 20. And in fact, it hit somewhere from 40%, it gone up to somewhere around 65%. Then in terms of a demand, it shifted from basically to essential items. We all know that, and the figures also support. And particularly if we see the kind of products which were more in demand at that point of time, it was the bread machines, their demand increased by 652%. Cough and cold machines, their demand increased by 537%, and the weight training equipments, their demand increased by 307%. It was the case in the early 20s. Then following that shift in the demand, what we can see that there was a shift in the marketing investment also. So marketing investments, it actually declined due to this pandemic time. The advertising was taken out. As I said, that there was companies were not at all investing in branding exercises or launching of a new products. The whole marketing, we can say, that side, that felt the most of the crunch in terms of the resources which are being allocated. Interesting phenomena which happened, that was an increase in the demand for at-home media. The consumption, the media consumption habits that have undergone a change. And the reason was very simple and clear to all of us, that because of those COVID-related requirement, restrictions, there were lockdowns, social distancing, all those health safety norms we need to follow. So more time spent in home. At that time, with this demand for increase in the at-home demand, home media, the OTT platforms, over the top media platforms, they moved from an supported, advertising supported model to the subscription based model. Earlier, the OTT platforms like Netflix, they were largely, they were primarily depending upon the advertising revenues. But due to COVID, as marketing spend has gone down, it has resulted into the shrinking of the revenue for those OTT platforms. So the first innovation they came up was that it was with the subscription-based model that they came up with. And this digital and the OTT were the two fastest growing segments of the media and entertainment sector, with revenue growing at 26% in 2020, with OTT subscribers going to the range of 30 to 35 million by 2021. And as per one estimate, it says that the subscribers number is expected to go up to somewhere around the revenue. If we say that the revenue is expected to grow to the size of 42.50 billion in the 2019, it's expected to grow to the 500 million by 2025. This is at the backdrop of the rate at which the revenue for OTT platforms has gone up. Particularly, if you see that in this segment, in the segment of OTT platforms, not only that the platforms has gone up in terms of number, there is a more content being there. There is a more number of hours being spent on the OTT platforms. So that has resulted into the fastest growth. In fact, on the period between 2016 to 2020, the cumulative average growth was 32%, whereas in 2020 itself, there was a 26% growth. So that was a very, very encouraging and the motivating phenomena which happened as a result of a COVID, with the way it has impacted the entertainment consumption habits and the entertainment industry, particularly this platform, which switched to the subscription-based model. And the subscription-based model is on the lines of the direct delivery model, which other companies were also moving to, direct to customer model. So with this change, so we wrote a paper. And we presented last year in an international conference, the end of the 2020. And now this paper is under review process for publication. We tried to study some of the OTT platform companies and as a case study. And on the other side, we tried to study the media consumption habits for OTT platforms. Our idea was that we wanted to know that, all right, the things are growing. What is going to happen? What may happen once the COVID is over? How the consumption habits are going to change? Are the people going to continue with the same, or are they going to change? And if they're going to change, what kind of a change it will have for the OTT platform companies? Because that will have a direct impact on the kind of content or the kind of strategies that they are presently working with. So in this paper, we tried to basically cover up this. Now, there's one thing which I would like to talk about here as a part of a strategy, because we are talking about the business models, right? The subscription-based model which these companies have switched to, the idea was that to have and hold on to the customers, because those subscription-based models, they are built on the repeat purchase tendencies. They're going to build the retained customers. Now, with those defined customers, or we can say that the retained customers, the repeat purchase behavior, it gets built in up once we have the subscription-based model with us. And that becomes a critical resilience strategy. Because see, the pandemic time when everything is on a restriction, you cannot think in terms of acquisition. You cannot think in terms of acquiring new customers. You would like to stay with who your existing customers are, or you could reach out to the new customers primarily by innovating in your delivery side. You cannot talk about branding. You cannot talk about reducing your price. You cannot talk about bringing new features to the product. Only thing you can talk about that how best we can serve. And how, like many of the papers which were being there, they were talking about the businesses getting more empathetic. Businesses, please go out. Please go out. So businesses, they are taking care of their customers. Businesses, when they are able to solve more problems of their customers. So these were the things which, if you just read the content which has been written over this time. So it was basically talking about all those phenomena which probably companies were not much aware of, or they were not much conscious about. But these phenomena, they become very, very relevant now, in terms of empathy, in terms of care, in terms of how much we are taking care of our customer safety, their hygiene. And see, if you talk about Amazon, if you talk about any other company, all their program, or whatever the communication they were taking up, somewhere they were talking about that they're taking care of their employees, they're taking care of all the protocols they're following in order to ensure that the product which is reaching out to their customers, they're reaching out in a most hygiene manner. So the point is that with this subscription-based model, which OTT companies, they innovated, they transformed themselves into. So basically, the strategy was that to have a repeat set of customers. And the conditions were very, very conducive. Everybody was sitting at home. People are not able to have any venue available with them to entertain themselves, right? So Netflix, if we say, or the Amazon, these were the initial players in the field. So they came out with the right set of content, okay? And what happened? People, when they are working from home, working from morning till evening, they are then entertaining themselves, watching movies. The number of hours they are spending before the screen, that has increased. And then it created a demand for that you need to satisfy your hunger. So the story which I told you in the beginning, it got a very, very conducive environment to launch its product. So going with our study, I would like to just share a few thoughts about that. And it's a very interesting one. We took a case study of 5 companies. We selected the 5 OTT platform companies. These were Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Z5, Reliance Big Fix, and the ALT Balaji. So the criteria we chose to select those 5 cases was in terms of their size and also in terms of their revenue part. And they were the 5 successful companies. We did this. We started this work sometime in the early 20s, somewhere in towards mid of the 20s. So these 5 platforms we selected out. They were all the OTT platforms. And Z5, Reliance, they are the Indians, and the ALT Balaji, they are the Indians, and the others are the multinational platforms. And as you can see that they have a huge number of subscribers, with Netflix leading the among the 5, and the revenues also Netflix is leading. And number of countries, Netflix, Z5, they are multinational. Amazon is worldwide available, where Reliance and ALT Balaji, they are Indian-based OTT platform. So deliberately we took this combination to study, to know about what all strategies these companies they they adopted to make themselves, to make their cash flow, because pandemic has put a restriction on the cash flows. That was a first need to be resilient, that they have to ensure that yes, they are having the continuous cash flows. So all these OTT companies, they changed to the subscription based model to ensure that the revenue start coming up, as companies restricted their all advertising and the marketing initiatives. So our case suggested that on the basis of these 5 case studies, where we have 3 worldwide and the 2 local Indian companies, analyzing those 5 cases, we analyze them across the dimensions of profit mechanism, to know about why they have gone for value proposition in terms of what they are offering, value chain, how they are actually going for their business model innovation, and customer relationship, whom they are reaching out to. Now, in terms of profit mechanism, they came out with the competitive low periodic prices. For example, because COVID-19, there were multiple players in the market. So first thing to compete out was to lower their price, to be price competitive, to stay afloat in the market. So with this, and also to boost the subscription, to reach out to the people. And basically, if you see the Indian market, they are more price sensitive market. And somewhere we at home, the media that we use, that's by and large, we see like now we have a certain paid cable channels, but still we look forward, we have a certain good channels which are free of cost. So OTT platform companies, they innovated themselves through this keeping their price low. Like for example, the Netflix, they came up with the first new price level of $199 mobile only subscription plan. Then the other thing that about the value proposition, that what they have actually gone into it. In this, the companies, they have gone for a continuous enhancement of customer experience. This was done through the high quality content. This was a second level innovation that these OTT platforms have gone into, that they came up with the high quality content in order to have a better viewers engagement. It is not that they were not seeking only the viewership, they were seeking the viewers engagement, and that was possible only if they could come up with the good amount of content. And in fact, many OTT platforms, they came up with the gamification. They brought in the games along with their the content which they were airing. And so it was kind of watch and play initiative they came up with. Like you're watching a match, then you do a prediction for, then who is going to win, how many runs. So this is how they got into a lot of engagement strategies in order to remain competitive in the market. Then there was a launching of innovative services. That was also an interesting aspect of this innovation story, that these platforms, like we know that many Bollywood movies, they were premiered through OTT platform, like on an Amazon, Gulabo Sitabu, Amitabh Bachchan's movie was aired through this platform only. So digital movie broadcasting, that was taken up by this platform as a part of their strategic initiative. Another interesting thing which was done, that was a content localization, realizing that people are staying at home, right? And they need something which is coming to them in their very own way, and to have a better further engagement. These OTT platforms, they came up with the content localization, with providing the movies which were of a different Indian language. So there are almost 90%. One of the studies suggests that 90% of Indian consumers, they prefer watching movies in their Indian languages, and only 7% of the users' OTT time is spent on English movies. So that was an interesting data which was there, and which made those platform companies to come up to localize their content in local languages. Then strategic partnership in terms of value chain, how these platforms they reached out to their customers. For that, they came up with the strategic partnerships, and also they came up with they had a flexibility and agility in the technology adoption. In terms of strategic partnership, for example, the Z5 and the tech companies such as Sony, Samsung, LG, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire Stick, they all combined together, they joined hands together to give multiple options for the companies to provide a better content, localized content, and also the content to be available through multiple devices. So it is not that you can use a Netflix only through your television. You can use it through your laptop or through your mobile phone. So making it available on multiple platforms. So that happened because of those strategic partnership that these companies they went into. Then also for the flexibility, the Hindi interface for various websites and the apps, it was introduced. Then they came up with the subscription option was also being there. It was not just on a mobile only, but the tablet options or the television viewing. So different price packs, they could innovate with the pricing strategies by having those strategic partnership with other players, with other, we can say, the technology companies. And so that further gave a, we can say, the push to the sales of those companies, the revenue of those companies. Then in terms of customer relationship, these companies, they strategize for proactive service sales promotion. So basically, this was for the non-subscribers, because they did not just target those who are subscribers, but what about those who are non-subscribers? How to reach out to them? So if you remember, very recently, the one of the Salman Khan movie, it was aired on, I think, Z, and for few hours, they gave some 500 rupees plan, and which can be used for other purposes also. So using that fan following of Salman Khan and the kind of a first day opening that his movies generally have, so the Z company, the Z platform, they use this movie as a platform to reach out to the non-subscriber. So a lot of such sale promotion techniques, the companies were using it up. And also, interestingly, that in this entire, we can say, the business strategies which they have been evolving, primarily there was innovation and technology adoption, leveraging the technology capabilities, whether either in terms of either through the entering into a partnership with the others, or by leveraging the technologies to bring more content or to localize the content. And since it was a subscription based model, it allowed the companies to use the artificial intelligence. Now, using this, having those data, having reached to that customer data, companies were further able to customize that what kind of a programs people are preferring, at what time do they watch their movies, what kind of a content they want to, they like to see. So this subscription based model allowed them to have to use of artificial intelligence to further innovate or to further customize their content and their strategies. So so this is what briefly, if I say that the crux of the business strategies with this OTT platforms, they came up with on the basis of the case studies that we analyze, that they gone into a strategic collaboration. There was a local content repositories they created, and they leveraged the digital capabilities and the supply chain cooperations. These were the three prime strategies these companies used to give a push to their revenues, to meet the challenges of the COVID. And this was basically I would say, the way that their business model was innovated, or it's a re-emergence, we can say. It's a re-emergence of the OTT platforms by just tweaking, I would say, by just tweaking or just focusing on the delivery side. Okay, initially they were in the ad-based revenue model. They were just like focusing at what kind of a how they can be a better supplier to the various advertisers. Okay, and giving them a lot of we can say the customizable ad content which the companies can marketers can come up with, and they can air through those platforms. But once it was taken away, and this delivery based innovation that allowed the companies to give a big push to their revenue. And now that, as I just shared the figures with you, that it is being expected to grow by 2025 somewhere around 500 millions. That's going to be the size of the market. But then the question comes, is it possible to continue with the same growth when the things will come to a normal? The whole story, the whole success story was driven by the change in the consumers' media patterns, the change in the consumption habits. Once we'll come to the normal life, okay, when we can move freely, right? So can we expect that that the same consumption habit will continue, or there will be a change in the consumption habit? Is it that this will revert back we'll come to a situation that this OTT platform will have to move back to their ad-based model? So to understand that, we did a small qualitative study to know the other side of the story, and we reached out to some people, and we did an interview, and we tried to do a thematic analysis using en vivo, and some stories some inputs I'll share to just give an idea about what people are thinking about this OTT platforms, and how they are going to be, what kind of a scenario we can expect, and what implication it has for the OTT platform companies. So in that, we did this textural theme analysis, and it indicated the three major changes. We interviewed around 30 odd number with the help of a questionnaire, and our respondents were largely of the age group who are somewhere around 30, nearly about 30 years of their age. They were basically from a student side. So the three major changes which we could find out, one, a spike in the usage of OTT media platforms during the COVID, content-driven shifting across the OTT platform, and the third, the subscription in the multiple OTT platforms. These are three prime changes that people reported. Now, first about the spike in usage of OTT media platform. What did people say on that? All those blue color font is that they are transcribed versions of the interview that people shared with us. One of the respondents said that my usage of OTT platform was not that much before, because I used to spend much of my time with friends and families, but then COVID-19 came in, and things like social distancing became a barrier between me and my friend. The regular meeting were now avoided, and that made me isolated and bored. So I became much engaged with watching movies and documentaries on Netflix and Amazon Prime every day, which was not the case before COVID-19. The next one said that the COVID-19 has drastically increased my watching time due restrictions and general idea that being indoors reduce contact with any COVID case. So the trigger to the OTT platform was one, driven by the COVID-19, the reality, that is the fear of contacting others. So there was a risk of contacting COVID that made the people to stay back and keep themselves entertained. So that gave a push to the OTT platforms. Another one, that the person shared, and the theme that we took out, that the OTT media content was instrumental as a recreational means in managing COVID-19 induced stress. We know that we all have been suffering from a lot of stress. The stress of staying back, staying at home, not able to go out, then working from home, meeting the challenges of managing home and the work front, then the risk, the fear of contacting the COVID and the consequence of having a COVID. So all that created a lot of stress among all of us. And the OTT media content was found as or considered as an instrumental in dealing with COVID-induced stress. Then another respondent says that there was an increase in the frequency in logging into OTT platform, because they are staying at home for a longer period of time. So they have been logging into the OTT media platform more number of times. So there was a more frequency of using OTT was there. Then another respondent said that the shift of the OTT users from one platform to another based on the type of content shown. So it was not one platform, but people were using multiple platforms. So that shift was triggered, one by the price and second by the kind of content wherever they are. So that means people subscribe not only one OTT channel, but they subscribe to multiple OTT channels, and which they have been using it to get a better viewing experiences. And then another one said that interestingly, when we asked a question to them, because there were a set of questions we asked, and one of the questions we asked that, okay, what about when the things will be normal? Do you think that you will continue to watch the OTT platform with the same frequency? Or do you think that you will be moving back to the normal? Then they said that definitely for me, the usage pattern has increased, but it was more till the lockdown. Right now, I'm spending that much on OTT, as I prefer watching more live sports channel than OTT. So there's another shift in the consumption habit, that from OTT, people are moving to the non-OTT channels. So kind of a fatigue which people are now experiencing, because the kind of a content which is being there, people are finding it's a repetitive kind of a content, right? So they are liking to watch more of a live content, and they are moving away from the OTT content. So that is a signal for the companies to know about, to understand it deeply. Then another textural theme which we derived, that was consumers' offline and OTT media experience. For that, it says that convenience and safety, tranquility, and cost and content diversity are this is what driving their viewership on the OTT platforms. So one of the viewers said that I see OTT platforms more easily accessible than traditional platform. Undoubtedly, people have never been more convenient in watching them today, which is due to rise of the OTT platform. So another respondent says the OTT provides calmness, the idea of being alone, relaxing, but in theaters and the likes, there's noise and distraction because they are crowded. So somewhere you can see that the media consumption habit, it is not just about the platforms, it is about the experience. That we want to have that experience in a very individualized, personalized environment where we can enjoy on our own. So people are seeking tranquility by viewing those, by having those media viewership experiences. And another said that the OTT platforms are less expensive and provide realistic view of the society in the form of a best acting web series without any filter copy of the real story. And on the OTT platform, a lot of content options are available. We can watch old movies as well. So cost, content, tranquility, safety, these are the diverse, we can say, the experiences or the benefits which people are seeking to derive. They have been deriving, and they think about that. Users have better entertainment experience in offline modes than OTT media. That was when we asked them about, will they be shifting? So they said, yes, the joy is more in theaters and museum. This was a contrast view to the other one. It is real and it has its own charm. Offline mode is more entertaining and enjoyable. So the point is that it is not that the offline mode is going to they are going to be shut down. People still miss, because that those theaters, those entertainment options, they were not just for watching movies, but they were viewed as a way to socialize, a way to meet out the people, and then to have a different set of experience in the company of all the friends and all that. So then another interesting thing which people shared with us, that because there's a diverse content, so they said that they read the real movie reviews, because there's a multiple content, multiple platforms, and more time is being spent. So somewhere the online reviews, that part of the, we can say, the entire story of entire journey of marketing of a film, that got strengthened during this time, that people were actually reading out the reviews, and that was directing their choice about kind of a movie or the kind of a content they will be watching. Then preference for a choice that will help them save and manage their time well. That was another input shared, wherein people said that we because OTT platform, that it brought in the flexibility. It is not that we have to align ourselves for the time when the movie is being aired. So anytime we can watch the movie. So that helped the people to manage their time well, and then align it with their present schedule. Offline modes, of course, security, hygiene, big screen, cinematic effects, these are still being missed, and they are being considered one of the important things. So when we talk about different sets of theaters with the Dolby sound and all, so they are still relevant, considered relevant, despite of having a convenience, flexibility, cost advantages, and multiple, like we can say, the content availability. We see that once we'll come to a normal, we can expect that people are going to shift away from OTT platform. So the rate at which the growth has happened, okay, once the things will come to a normal, these OTT platform companies will have to think again, will have to strategize again, because right now they're competing among themselves. Once the things will become normal, these companies may have to compete with the non-OTT channels also, or they have to compete out with the physical entertainment facilities, because so the competitors will be diverse, and they will be having a different they'll be giving a different experiences. So probably we'll say that there will be another shift, or another we can say the churn will take place in the market of the for the OTT platforms. If we talk about the long-term effects of OTT, when we ask the people further, then what do you think that how you will further continue with that? So there are certain people who are found to be habitual OTT. They became a habitual OTT platform viewers. So they said that they would continue with the subscription, because, as I said, that the trigger was the resilience strategy they used initially was coming to the subscription based model. So it is yearly subscriptions or monthly and all that. So what happened when things will become normal? So it is one segment who are the habitual OTT platform viewers. So they said that they are going to continue with the subscription. Okay, but if we see that for this Salman Khan movie, the Z came up with the pay-per-view model. It was not just that you have to pay for a month or for a year, for 6 months, different. It's a pay-per-view model they came up, basically keeping in view that that there are non-subscription, non-OTT viewers, and also that how things are going to be taken once things will happen once we'll have a normalization of the situation. Then there were some consumers who were nostalgic of the offline movie experience. They reported that they are really missing out that thrill of going out, that feel of meeting your friends. So they were having those nostalgic feelings, and they were expecting to decrease their OTT users or even discontinue OTT. That was reported by our respondents. it indicated that inactive OTT accounts are likely to increase and revenues are likely to decrease. So all those expectations which reports are giving about the way the industry is going to behave in the times to come, down 5 or 10 years, with those initial insights, it's a very small sample size, but they can further need to be checked and retested. But this is what people have reported. Then expected decline in the usage is because consumer will not have enough time for OTT. That is something which is very real. Right now, people are stuck at home. But when we'll have our normal life started, we'll be going out to our offices, no work from home. We'll have a less time to spend. One of the reason for the OTT growth was that more time available at home and more time before screen was possible. But now with people not staying at home, time before screen will go less, and that will bring a less viewership, and probably it will impact the revenues and the subscriptions. So another shift expected post-COVID-19 is an increase of usage of non-OTT media due to consumers' nostalgic environment that I already talked about. Price sensitivity, that is going to increase because alternatives OTT platforms are there. And we'll have a non-OTT platforms also, right? So there'll be more price sensitivity. So consumers suggested, in one of the questions we asked the people, okay, then what do you expect? What should happen? What will happen? Then they said that the expected changes are there'll be price cuts. There will be subscription plans which will be customized. More quality content they're expecting. Giving users more control of the subscription plans, like pausing and resuming the plan. For example, I can log off during my weekdays and I log on my weekends. Okay, so such kind of an expectations people are carrying. Once we'll come down to the normal situation in terms expecting the reviewer comments any day. I don't know what will be the fate of our paper, but on the basis of the results and the whatever we could find out, it is giving to our understanding, giving a sense in terms of how things have happened or they are happening during COVID, and what are the expectations from a customer's point of view. All right, so this is next level media consumption. As I said, that there's a lot of churn that we can expect to happen in the entertainment industry, particularly the OTT platform companies. Okay, that's all from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So it's time we take up some questions. There are some questions in the chat box for you.
I can address them.
One question is by Dr. Sandeep Gar. He's from our college only. He has a small question for you, that what new business idea may come up apart from drone delivery? There's this
apart from, sorry,
drone delivery.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Like if you are thinking about instant food delivery services at our doorstep, more focused on food related ventures wherein people like to consume at home, and like online medical consultation at your at just the click of your mouse. So what do you think an idea would cater to all these expectations of the consumer?
See, I can only say one thing, that probably the government also sensed that delivery is a strong, we can say, the game changer, and it's going to be a strong game changer. And probably for that reason, they are regularizing the use of the drone and the purposes for which the drone can be used. Okay, recently the government announced some policy change with regard to the usage of drones for commercial reasons. So certainly, this was a lot of people, companies were asking for the permissions to use drones, particularly those pizza delivery companies. That with the help of a drone, because that brings us not only the saving on the part of the the employee cost, but it also saves on the time. Okay, and particularly if I talk about the Domino's case, Domino's, the 30-minute pizza. Okay, for years they are strategizing with 30 minutes pizza, and where the timely delivery becomes one of the reason to compete, right? So the drone may help out the companies to better strategize with regard to the delivery mechanisms. Okay, so as the COVID has given us an idea that how delivery can be a support, can provide a support to the all companies. If we say that manufacturing was down, the thing was that everybody was focusing on how to reach out to their customers. So certainly the drones can be a game changer. But the point is that there could be a certain issues which need to be addressed, because when you are using a drone, certainly it uses technology. It's a technology based delivery. A lot of data will be fed in. So what about the customer data? It's security, the security of the customer data, right? And then the trust part also, right? So certainly there will be a lot of we can say the precautions, or a lot of insights are required, so that we can have a better customer trust. We can have a better secured environment for the use of the drones. Okay, right.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, our next question is by Dr. Rita Nagpal. Ma'am, she wants to know that all this like switching to OTT platforms, and we are like we're kind of into binge watching, and we're using these platforms like never before. So all this is leading to this challenge of individualism, even during relaxation time. So rather than the whole family sitting together during such times, it's like individual sticking to gluing their eyes to one screen, rather than the entire family having gala time together. So how to check on this problem?
See, it's a matter of a proportion. I take it as a matter of proportion. Earlier, most of the time we all used to be out, right? So it was like a television time was the time when we all could sit together and we could share our experiences of the day. Now, when all the time we are at home, okay, you need your individual time. And there are a lot of psychological issues which have come up, family issues have come up during this COVID-19, because that has another impact of the COVID which has been seen. So somewhere the OTT platform, which has allowed the people to view the content of their choice, right? So this could be a time when they could have just a solace, and they could deal with all the stress on their own, rather than sitting with the people and then with the stressed mind. So as I said, it's a stress buster. OTT was considered a stress buster also, not only to deal with the stress of the COVID related, but I think as you said that with this, so individualism, I don't think that it has much to do with the individualism kind of a thing, right? But it's basically a stress reliever.
Okay, yes, ma'am. And ma'am, another question, it's like an opinion-based question from you. So it's by Mr. Shishpal from our department, and he wants to know that what is your take on censorship on OTT platforms?
Yes. This is something which we also, whenever like say I'm watching movies with my children, though they are now grown up enough, but still we used to talk about that we need some level of censorship, but regulation will follow. It will follow soon, right? Because as it happened when we had a cryptocurrency, everybody was investing in that, making money, right? Gradually governments have become conscious. They responded to that trend, and gradually now that it's being regulated. So it's the same is the case with the OTT platforms. as more and more people are going into and adopting this as an alternative entertainment channel, then certainly we need to think in terms of our boundaries of morality and ethicality, and certain restriction will certainly be there. Okay, but again, but the challenge is that this OTT channels, if I say their USP is that they show the real content, they show the real story, right? So if there will be a regulation, right, will that be interfering with that USP of these platforms? So that could be a matter of debate, and that could be a matter of tussle between the OTT players and the government. So regulation may take time to come up. Lobbying will take place.
Yes, ma'am. There's always a trade-off.
Yes, there's always a trade-off.
Yes, and ma'am, last question by Mr. Arun Kumar. He wants to know that due to this OTT platforms, like mushrooming of these OTT platforms, so the era of watching traditional TV channels has passed. So you think that this is what?
See, I just cannot say much because neither I watch television nor I'm able to watch the OTT platforms. But you can see that our traditional television channels, they're also innovating. In fact, Doordarshan is again a case study we can talk about here. That when there was a lockdown, they took out all those old serials, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and there's a huge viewership for those serials, right? But then of course, because there is now OTT platform and non-OTT platform. It is the same thing that, like when we have a cola and uncola thing, right? So it is not just that the television viewers, now the viewers to be considered as OTT viewers or non-OTT viewers. So segments are going to be redefined, right? So we cannot say that the television will be, of course, if television will not innovate, there will be another case of a Kodak, right? They'll have to innovate. The channels will have to innovate in terms of the content they offer, right? But if they not innovate, certainly then we'll have the dominance of OTT platforms. All right. So so this entire audience segment in times to come will not be a television viewers or a Sony viewers or Z viewers. It will be in terms of broad segments will be OTT and non-OTT, and within that we'll have a sub-segmentation. So that will be an interesting, I think, the trend to come up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your constructive.
All right. Thank you.
And you rightly pointed out that businesses need to be resilient to survive post-pandemic scenario. With demands shifting to essentials and increasing e-commerce orders, the businesses need to think out of the box, and they may switch to subscription-based model and make their presence on digital and OTT platforms. And the focus should be on, should be to retain the existing customer base rather than attracting new. So I once again thank you, ma'am, for your insightful lecture and for handling all the queries so patiently and so wonderfully. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would now request Dr. Meenakshi Kar, teacher in charge and convener of this International Symposium, to propose the vote of thanks. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for all the people sitting here for keeping so much of patience for last 4 hours. I would like to give a formal vote of thanks. Eminent speakers for the day, teachers, students, and other delegates present here. Our first international symposium, I'm sure, has been an enriching experience for all present here. And I just want to emphasize that all good things come to an end, but for us, this is the beginning. As we plan to seriously engage ourselves in exploring for solutions towards nation building in the coming times. Today, we had very engaging deliberations from eminent speakers from academia and industry, which is a small step towards finding thought-provoking opinions and alternatives for new business models in the current scenario. I take this opportunity to formally thank all our distinguished speakers, Professor Munim Kumar Barai from Asia Pacific University, Japan, Professor Alessandro Spano, University of Cagliari, Italy, Professor V.K. Kaul and Professor Kavita Sharma from University of Delhi, Professor Slejna from Skopje, North Macedonia, Ms. Rashmi Chadda, founder and CEO Voyage, and Professor Kejo, who joined later from Finland, for sparing their invaluable time to address our students and teachers. No conference can be a success without active participation of delegates, researchers, teachers, and students. I thank them all. A huge round of applause for them. I thank our principal, Professor V.K. Paliwal, my colleagues from the Department of Commerce, Dayal Singh College, Team IQAC, other support staff from the college for their active support and encouragement. Last but not the least, I want to thank our students organizing team and other student participants for their enthusiastic participation, getting along their positive energy to organizing of this event. A big round of applause for all of them also. Now I request the delegates to rise for our national anthem to be played in a while from now. Jai Hind.
तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Can I request the participants to switch on their videos for a group picture before we part ways as a memory of the seminar? I'll request our technical team to click a few pictures.
Got it, ma'am.
Thank you all very much. Hope to meet you again in physical mode where we can interact for longer hours with tea together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Kavita ma'am. Thank you, Alessandro. Hope to see you again sometime in person. Can I request our organizing team to come together for a picture with the backdrop of our poster? Arun, Shishpal,
Yes,
Sangeeta,
yes,
Mamta.
I'm here, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, yes.